This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've never really told anyone the full story of what happened to me as a kid. I'm 26 now, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've spent years trying to rationalize everything, but I can't. Some things just don't have logical explanations, no matter how much I wish they did. My childhood wasn't exactly normal. My parents split when I was really young, and I lived with my mom and eventually my stepdad in this little ranch-style house. It wasn't anything special, just your typical 3-bedroom in a quiet neighborhood. But looking back, I realize that's where it all started. The first thing I remember happening was when I was around 3. It's weird that I can remember something from that age so clearly, but I guess trauma does that to you. I was walking down our hallway to my mom's room. It was dark, probably around bedtime, and I remember looking up at the ceiling for some reason. That's when I saw it. There was this shadow, but it wasn't just a normal shadow cast by the hall light or anything. This shadow was moving along the ceiling, crawling right above me. I stopped walking and just stood there, frozen. The shadow stopped too. When I took another step, it moved with me. I can still feel that cold panic creeping up my spine. I was just a toddler, but I knew something was wrong. Really wrong. I remember turning toward my mom's bedroom, wondering if it would follow me, and when I looked back up, it was gone. But that wasn't even the worst part of that night. I made it to my mom's room and climbed up onto her vanity stool. I was sitting there looking in the mirror. I used to love playing with my mom's makeup brushes. I glanced up at my reflection, and I swear to God my reflection was smiling at me. I wasn't smiling, I was just staring at myself. But in the mirror, I had this wide, unnatural grin. When I turned my head slightly, my reflection didn't move with me. It just kept staring with that smile. I screamed so loud my mom came running. By the time she got there, everything looked normal again. She thought I'd had a nightmare or something. How could I explain what I'd seen? I was 3. I didn't have the words. A few years went by without anything major happening. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Then, when I was about 5 or 6, something happened in our bathroom. I was sitting on the toilet, just doing my business, when I noticed a drinking glass sitting on the counter by the sink. It was one of those heavy glass tumblers. As I watched, the glass started moving on its own. Not like it was nudged. It literally slid slowly across the counter until it reached the edge, then fell and shattered on the floor. My stepdad came bursting in, furious. "What did you do?" he demanded. I tried to explain that I was just sitting there, that I couldn't have reached the glass from where I was. He didn't believe me. He thought I was lying to avoid punishment, so he made me eat soap. That's how sure he was that I'd broken that glass on purpose, but I swear I never touched it. When I was 8, we moved to an old house across town. My mom had gotten a better job and the place was bigger, a 2-story with a basement. From the day we moved in, I felt watched. It wasn't just the normal creepiness of a new place, it was constant. I'd be doing homework or playing with toys, and I'd feel eyes on me. I'd spin around, but no one was ever there. I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye, silhouettes of people standing in doorways or at the end of hallways, but whenever I'd turn to look directly at them, they'd be gone. My mom told me it was just my imagination working overtime in the new house. Maybe I wanted to believe that too. Around this time, I started having this recurring dream. In the dream, I'd be standing at the edge of this beautiful meadow. There was always a girl with long, light-colored hair wearing a white nightgown. She'd be walking away from me, and for some reason, I'd always follow her. She'd never turn around, no matter how many times I called out to her. I had this dream at least twice a week. On my 9th birthday, my parents got me a new bed with this cool bookshelf headboard. I loved it because I could keep all my books right above my pillow. I had these heavy hardcover books my grandma had given me, a children's encyclopedia set and some illustrated classics. One night, I was feeling particularly scared. The watching feeling was really intense that evening. I couldn't shake the sensation that something was standing in the corner of my room, just staring at me. I built this little fort of pillows around my head before going to sleep, partly because I thought it would make me feel safer, and partly because I was going through this phase where I like to create little nests to sleep in. That night, I had the meadow dream again, but it was different. This time, when I followed the girl through the field, she actually stopped walking. Slowly, she started to turn around. I remember feeling both excited and terrified. I was finally going to see her face, but when she turned completely, she didn't have a face. Where her features should have been was just smooth, blank skin. I woke up gasping for air. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:01 in the morning. As soon as I opened my eyes, I heard a scraping sound above my head. All my heavy books were sliding off the shelf, heading right for my face. If it hadn't been for the pillow fort I'd built, they would have hit me directly. The books landed with these heavy thumps all around me, but none of them actually hit me. I screamed for my mom and she came running. She tried to tell me that I must have bumped the headboard in my sleep, causing the books to fall, but I knew I hadn't moved, and those books didn't just fall, they slid deliberately like someone was pushing them. The incidents kept happening as I got older. When I was 11, I woke up at 3 in the morning to what sounded like someone digging with a shovel. The sound was coming from inside my closet, this rhythmic scraping like metal cutting through dirt. My closet was on the interior wall of the house. There wasn't even ground on the other side of it, just the hallway. I lay there for what felt like hours, too terrified to get up and check or even to call for my mom. By the time I was 13, even my friends didn't want to sleep over anymore. My best friend Jess stayed once and woke up in the middle of the night screaming. She couldn't remember what she'd been dreaming about, but she refused to ever sleep at my house again. She told me later that she'd felt like someone was standing over her bed watching her sleep. One evening, when I was 14, my brother and I were home alone watching TV in the living room. Our parents had gone out for dinner. We were just sitting there when this framed painting on the wall suddenly fell. It didn't just slip off its hook, it flew off the wall like someone had yanked it. It landed about 5 feet from the wall. My brother and I looked at each other, and without saying a word, we grabbed our jackets and went to wait for our parents on the front porch. We didn't go back inside until they got home. The thing is, I never saw a full-body apparition or anything like that. There was never a moment where I could point and say, "Look, a ghost." It was always these subtle things that could almost be explained away. Almost. The shadow on the ceiling, the glass sliding on its own, the books moving in the middle of the night, the digging sounds from impossible places. It was like whatever was in that house didn't want to reveal itself completely. It just wanted me to know it was there. We finally moved out when I was 16. My mom got transferred to another city and we had to relocate. I remember feeling this immense relief when we left that house for the last time. But even now, living in my own apartment hundreds of miles away, I sometimes wake up at exactly 3:01 in the morning with that same feeling of being watched. I've never gone back to that town, and I don't plan to. Sometimes I wonder if new families have moved into that house and experienced the same things I did. Sometimes I wonder if that faceless girl from my dreams is still wandering through that meadow, waiting for someone else to follow her. And sometimes when I catch movement at the edge of my vision or feel a sudden chill in an empty room, I wonder if whatever was in that house somehow followed me. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, half the time I try to convince myself it was all in my head, just an overactive imagination combined with the normal creaks and groans of an old house. But then I remember the way my reflection smiled when I wasn't smiling, and I know deep down that some things just can't be explained away. Some things are real, even if we don't understand them. That's my story. I've never told it all at once like this before. Writing it down has made me feel both better and worse somehow. Better because it feels good to finally put it out there. Worse because now I'm remembering details I've spent years trying to forget. I'm keeping all the lights on tonight. Story 2. I still can't believe what happened to me back in February. It's been 3 months and I'm still not sleeping right. I've moved out since then, thank God. But I wanted to finally get this off my chest because it's eating me up inside. I've told a few friends, but they think I'm just being dramatic or that I was half asleep and imagining things. I wasn't. For context, I'm Robert, 31, and after spending 6 years working in Spain, I decided to move back to Scotland earlier this year. The job market wasn't great when I returned, and I was struggling to find affordable housing near my hometown. My friend Alison mentioned her mum had a property with an empty annex, what locals call a granny flat, that I could rent cheaply while I got back on my feet. The property was about 20 minutes outside a small town in rural Scotland. It was pretty isolated. The nearest neighbour was about half a mile down the road, and the house itself was set back from the main road, surrounded by fields and a small patch of woods. The main house was this old stone building, probably built in the 1920s, with the annex connected to it by a small vestibule and porch. The annex was basically a self-contained flat with its own entrance, bedroom, bathroom and kitchenette. When I moved in, Alison's mum Margaret told me the main house had been empty for about 6 months. She'd moved closer to town after her husband died and was trying to sell the property but hadn't had any luck. She seemed relieved to have someone staying there, even if it was just in the annex. Looking back, I should have picked up on her eagerness to have someone, anyone, occupying the property. The first few weeks were uneventful. I was job hunting during the day and mostly keeping to myself in the evenings. The annex was comfortable enough, and I didn't have any reason to go into the main house, which was locked up and mostly empty of furniture anyway. Then came that Monday night in February. I remember it clearly because it was absolutely freezing. One of those bone-chilling Scottish winter nights where the wind finds every crack in the windows. I'd gone to bed around 11 after sending off some job applications, but I woke up around 1 in the morning feeling weirdly alert. That's when I noticed a faint light coming through my window that faces the main house. At first, I thought maybe Margaret had come by to check on something and forgot to turn off a light. I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep, but something about it bothered me. After about 10 minutes of tossing and turning, I reluctantly got up, pulled on a hoodie over my t-shirt and pajama bottoms, and grabbed my keys to the main house that Margaret had given me, just in case. The walk from the annex to the main house was only about 15 feet, but it felt much longer that night. The February air bit at my skin, and the gravel crunched loudly under my feet in the silence. The vestibule connecting the two buildings was dark and cold, smelling of dust and disuse. I unlocked the door to the main house and immediately felt, I don't know how to describe it, like I was intruding somewhere I shouldn't be. The light was coming from the kitchen at the end of a long hallway. Several bedroom doors branched off this hallway, all closed. The floorboards creaked under my weight as I made my way toward the light, and I remember thinking how unnaturally loud they sounded in the emptiness. When I reached the kitchen doorway, I saw it was just the overhead light that was on. Nothing else seemed disturbed. The kitchen was mostly bare except for some built-in cabinets and an old refrigerator that wasn't even plugged in. I reached for the light switch, already planning my quick retreat back to the warmth of my bed. That's when I saw it. Just as my hand touched the switch, something moved in my peripheral vision. I turned my head toward the hallway and saw a dark figure dart across the hall and into one of the bedrooms. It wasn't tall. It was small, about the size of a child, maybe 7 or 8 years old. But it wasn't solid like a person. It was like a shadow, but with depth and weight to it, and it moved unnaturally fast, not running exactly, but gliding quickly before disappearing through one of the bedroom doors. I froze. My hand was still on the light switch, and I couldn't move for what felt like ages, but was probably only a few seconds. Then pure, primal fear kicked in. I slammed the light off and bolted. I didn't even bother closing the doors behind me properly. I just ran back to the annex, locked my door, and jumped into bed, pulling the covers over me like a scared kid. I lay there for hours, listening for any sound, any indication that whatever I'd seen had followed me. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the light, maybe a reflection from a passing car outside. But deep down, I knew it wasn't any of those things. I must have fallen asleep eventually because I woke up at 7 to sunlight streaming through my window. In the daylight, I felt stupid for being so scared. I convinced myself I'd been half asleep and had just imagined it. I even went back to the main house to make sure I'd turned off the kitchen light and properly closed all the doors. Everything looked normal, and I felt a bit embarrassed about my panic the night before. That evening, Margaret came by to collect rent and check how I was settling in. We were having a cup of tea in my small kitchenette when I casually mentioned finding the kitchen light on the night before. I didn't tell her about what I'd seen. I still wasn't ready to admit that to anyone. But I did ask if she'd been by recently. The way her face changed when I mentioned the light still gives me chills. She set her mug down carefully and asked, "Did you see anything else?" Something about her tone made me hesitate. "What do you mean?" I asked. She sighed heavily and seemed to debate with herself before answering. The light turning itself on is actually quite mild compared to what I've experienced in that house. I felt a cold weight settle in my stomach as she continued. She told me that she and her late husband had lived in the house for nearly 30 years, and throughout that time, they'd experienced countless unexplainable things. Footsteps when no one was there, objects moving on their own, cold spots that appeared and disappeared without explanation. But worst of all were the figures they'd seen. Margaret described two distinct entities, a small boy who would dart between rooms exactly as I'd seen, and a tall, thin man who seemed to favor the sitting room area. Her husband had seen the man more frequently, often describing him as standing motionless in the corner, watching. "That's why I moved out after John died," she said quietly. "I never liked being alone in that house, even during the day. But at night," she trailed off, shaking her head. "I couldn't bear it." I asked her why she hadn't warned me, and she looked genuinely apologetic. "I didn't think you'd experience anything in the annex. It's newer, built in the 1980s, and nothing's ever happened there. I wouldn't have let you stay if I thought you'd be troubled." She then told me something that made my blood run cold. A few years ago, after a particularly frightening night where both she and John had been woken by what sounded like a child crying, they'd hired someone to cleanse the house, a local man who was known for dealing with spiritual disturbances, as Margaret put it. The man had come with sage and various other implements for his ritual. He'd started in the upstairs rooms, working his way methodically through the house. But when he reached the sitting room and began his cleansing there, a small bush just outside the window suddenly burst into flames. "It was like it exploded," Margaret said, her voice barely above a whisper. Right in his face, as he was standing by the window. There was no explanation for it. It wasn't near anything that could have ignited it. One minute it was fine, the next it was engulfed in flames. The man had fled and refused to return, telling Margaret that whatever was in the house was beyond his abilities to cleanse. He warned them that trying to force it out might only make things worse. As if that wasn't disturbing enough, Margaret then mentioned the field behind the house. Over the years, they'd found several dead animals there, rabbits, birds, even a neighbor's cat once, all without any signs of predator attacks or obvious cause of death. Just lifeless bodies arranged in what John had once described as too neat to be natural. By the time she finished talking, I was struggling to keep my composure. Everything inside me was screaming to pack my things and leave immediately. But I had nowhere else to go, and I couldn't afford a hotel for more than a night or two. Margaret must have sensed my panic because she quickly added, "But like I said, the annex has always been safe. Whatever's in the main house seems to stay there, and I've still got the for sale sign up. Hopefully we'll find a buyer soon and you can find somewhere more conventional to live." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. After she left, I double-checked all my windows and doors, even though I felt silly doing it. I told myself the annex was safe, just as Margaret had said. I even considered the possibility that she was exaggerating or that her grief over losing her husband had made her imagine things. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the shadow child I'd seen and wondering about the tall man Margaret had mentioned. Every creak of the building, every gust of wind against the windows made me tense up. Around 3 in the morning, I heard it, footsteps in the vestibule connecting the annex to the main house. Slow, deliberate steps that stopped right outside my door. I lay frozen in bed, barely breathing, listening. Then came a soft scratching sound, like fingernails lightly dragging across the door. It continued for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 30 seconds or so before stopping. I didn't move until morning. When daylight finally came, I checked the door. There were no marks on it, no evidence of what I'd heard, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. I avoided the main house completely after that, even during daylight hours. I started looking for another place to live, but affordable rentals in the area were scarce. I was stuck there for at least another month. Then, last week, as I was driving back to the annex after a job interview, I saw something that still haunts me. It was dusk, that in-between time when the light plays tricks on your eyes. As I approached the property, I glanced at the main house and saw a figure standing in one of the upstairs windows, tall, unnaturally thin, and completely motionless, just watching me come home. I slammed on the brakes and stared, my heart in my throat. The figure didn't move, it just stood there, a dark silhouette against the fading light. Then, as I watched, it slowly raised one arm, as if in greeting or warning. I've been staying with a friend since that night. I went back once during the day to collect my things, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched the entire time. Margaret says she understands and has waived my last month's rent. She's even taken the property off the market temporarily, saying she needs to reconsider what to do with it. I don't know what was in that house. I don't know if it was dangerous or just there. But I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt, and I know I'm never setting foot on that property again. Story 3. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to me last month. I've been sitting on this experience, debating whether to share it or not. Honestly, I'm scared people will think I'm crazy, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can help me understand what the hell happened. I was on a solo cross-country road trip from Toledo to San Francisco. It was something I'd planned for years, just me, my Subaru, and the open road. The first few days were exactly what I'd hoped for. Incredible scenery, random roadside attractions, greasy diner food. I felt free for the first time in years. On the fourth day, I was cruising along Highway 50 in Nevada. If you've never driven through central Nevada, it's basically nothing but desert and sky for hundreds of miles. They actually call it the loneliest road in America. At first, the emptiness was peaceful, but after a few hours, it started to feel eerie. Just this endless ribbon of asphalt cutting through barren landscape. It was getting late, around 8 in the evening, when I spotted a faded brown sign on the side of the road. I almost missed it, but something caught my eye. The sign read, "Historic Route 66, 5 miles," which made absolutely no sense. Route 66 doesn't even go through Nevada. I'd studied the maps for this trip obsessively, and I knew I was nowhere near Route 66. But I was getting bored of Highway 50, and the idea of driving a stretch of the iconic Route 66 was appealing. Plus, I figured there might be some touristy stuff, maybe even a motel where I could crash for the night, so I took the exit. The road narrowed almost immediately, and the pavement got rougher. No street lights, just my headlights illuminating maybe 30 feet ahead of me. The desert seemed to close in around me. I checked my GPS, but it showed me in the middle of nowhere, no roads even visible on the map where I was driving. I thought it was just outdated or something. That's when I noticed my fuel gauge dipping into the red. Shit. I'd meant to fill up at the next town, but this detour had thrown off my plans. I felt that flutter of panic in my chest that every driver knows. Being low on gas in the middle of nowhere is terrifying. I slowed down to conserve fuel and kept my eyes peeled for any sign of civilization. The minutes ticked by and my anxiety grew with each mile. The fuel light had been on for at least 20 minutes when I finally saw something in the distance, a dim, flickering light. As I got closer, I realized it was an old gas station, and when I say old, I mean ancient. It looked like something straight out of the 1950s, those rounded pumps with the glass tops, all rusted and weathered. The small building was made of faded red brick with a flat roof. A neon sign buzzed and sputtered, "Last Chance Gas" in red letters, though half the sign wasn't lighting up properly. I pulled in, practically coasting on fumes. The place looked abandoned at first, but there was a dim light coming from inside the small convenience store. I noticed the price on the pumps, 20 cents per gallon. I figured they were just old pumps they never updated, and the actual price would be normal. When I tried the pump, nothing happened, so I reluctantly headed into the store. The bell above the door gave a weak jingle as I stepped inside. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and the whole place smelled musty, like old newspapers and dust. There was barely anything on the shelves, just a few cans, some packages of beef jerky that looked decades old, and cigarette cartons with packaging designs I hadn't seen since I was a kid. Behind the counter sat an old man, and I don't mean elderly. This guy looked ancient. His skin was like tanned leather, deeply creased and spotted. His eyes were what really got to me, though. They were cloudy and milky, almost like he was blind, but he was staring right at me. He wore a faded plaid shirt and had wispy white hair. Hi, I said, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet store. "I need some gas. The pump doesn't seem to be working." The old man didn't react for a moment, then slowly nodded. "Pump's manual. Got to use the hand crank." His voice was like sandpaper. "Oh, okay. Thanks," I said, turning to leave. "You're on the road now," he called after me. I stopped and looked back at him. "Ain't no leaving the road. Once you're on the road, it don't let you go." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean?" He just stared at me with those milky eyes, then turned to look at a small TV behind the counter. It was showing nothing but static, but he seemed absorbed by it. I hurried outside, feeling deeply unsettled. The hand crank was on the side of the pump, and I awkwardly figured out how to use it. The whole time I felt like someone was watching me. I kept glancing toward the store windows, where I could see the old man's silhouette, still sitting motionless. I didn't fill my tank completely, just enough to get me to a normal gas station. I wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. I tossed some cash on top of the pump and got back in my car, not wanting to go inside again to pay. As I drove away, I checked my rearview mirror and could have sworn I saw the old man standing in the middle of the road, watching me leave. But when I blinked, there was nothing there. I got back on the main road, if you could call it that, and drove faster than I should have. My phone showed no signal, and I couldn't find any radio stations, just static on every frequency. I told myself I'd be back on Highway 50 soon enough. After about 30 minutes of driving, I realized something was wrong. The landscape wasn't changing at all. Same scrubby desert, same rocky outcroppings. I checked my dashboard clock. It read 10:03 p.m. I frowned. It had been 10:03 when I left the gas station too. Maybe the clock was broken? I drove faster, desperate to see some change in scenery, some indication that I was making progress. An hour passed according to my watch, but the dashboard clock remained frozen at 10:03. The road stretched endlessly ahead of me, never curving, never changing. That's when I saw lights in the distance. Relief washed over me. Finally, a town, or at least another gas station with normal people. As I got closer, my relief turned to confusion, then to horror. It was the same gas station, the exact same one. Same flickering last chance gas sign, same rusty pumps. "This isn't possible," I said out loud, my voice shaking. I must have gotten turned around somehow, but I knew I hadn't. I'd been driving straight the whole time. I pulled in, my hands trembling on the steering wheel. Maybe there was an explanation. Maybe this was a chain of identical vintage gas stations. It had to be something logical like that. I went inside again, and the same old man was there, still watching static on the TV. He turned those cloudy eyes toward me. "You're back," he said, not a question, a statement. I don't understand. I've been driving for over an hour. How am I back here?" My voice sounded high and tight with panic. "Told you, the road don't let you go once it's got you." He said it so matter-of-factly, like he was telling me the weather. "That's insane," I snapped. "There's a logical explanation for this. The old man shrugged. Been here 37 years myself. Only way out is to stop driving. What does that mean? But he just turned back to the static on the TV. I ran out of there, jumped in my car and floored it. This time I paid attention to every detail, looking for landmarks, anything I could use to orient myself. But there was nothing distinctive about this desert landscape, just endless sameness. I drove and drove. My watch said 3 hours had passed, but the dashboard clock remained frozen at 10:03. My gas gauge didn't move either, staying exactly where it had been. The radio continued to play nothing but static. When I again saw lights in the distance, I started screaming. I pounded the steering wheel. It was the same fucking gas station. I couldn't believe it. This defied all logic, all laws of physics. I parked but couldn't bring myself to go inside. I sat there hyperventilating, trying to make sense of what was happening. Was I having some kind of mental breakdown? Was I asleep? Had the gas at this place been contaminated with something hallucinogenic? After sitting there for maybe 20 minutes, I noticed the old man standing outside the store watching me. Rage overtook my fear, and I got out of the car. "What the hell is going on?" I shouted at him. "What is this place? What have you done to me?" He just stared at me with those milky eyes. "It ain't me doing anything. It's the road. Some roads lead somewhere. This one just leads back here." "That's impossible," I said, but my conviction was weakening. Lots of folks have come through here over the years. Some stay a while, some try to leave. They all come back. He gestured vaguely at the desert around us. Some of them are still out there driving, thinking the next time will be different. "How do I get out?" I was begging now, my anger replaced by desperation. "Told you already. Stop driving." "What does that mean?" I shouted. He just shuffled back inside the store. I got back in my car and sat there trying to think. Maybe if I went off-road. I turned the wheel and drove straight into the desert. The car bounced and jolted over the rough terrain, but I kept going. After about 10 minutes, I hit what felt like a wall, though there was nothing visible. The car simply wouldn't go further. I tried another direction with the same result. It was like the area was enclosed in an invisible bubble. I tried walking too, but after about the same distance, I simply couldn't move forward anymore. I got back in the car and drove back onto the road, tears streaming down my face. I tried driving in the opposite direction, but after hours of driving, according to my watch, I ended up at the gas station again. By this point, I was physically and emotionally exhausted. I parked near the store and passed out in my car. When I woke up, nothing had changed. The dashboard clock still read 10:03. The old man was still inside watching static. I tried everything I could think of, driving at different speeds, stopping at random points along the road, even trying to crash my car, though I couldn't bring myself to do it at full speed. Nothing worked. I always ended up back at that gas station. Days passed according to my watch, though the sky never changed. It was perpetual night. I didn't get hungry or thirsty, which terrified me even more. Whatever this place was, it wasn't operating by normal rules. I've lost track of how long I've been here. My watch says it's been a month, but time feels meaningless now. I've tried talking to the old man more, but he rarely says anything new. Just repeats that I need to stop driving. Yesterday, if there is such a thing here, I saw another car pull into the gas station. A woman about my age got out looking confused and scared, just like I had been. I tried to warn her to tell her to leave immediately, but she couldn't hear or see me. I screamed and waved, but it was like I didn't exist for her. I watched her go through the exact same experience I had, talking to the old man, getting gas, driving away. I followed her in my car, tried to get her attention, but nothing worked. Hours later, we both ended up back at the gas station. She still couldn't see me. I've seen 3 more people arrive since then. None of them can see me or each other. The old man is the only constant, the only one who acknowledges all of us. I think I finally understand what he meant by stop driving, but I can't bring myself to do it. Not yet. So I keep driving, hoping that maybe next time will be different. Maybe next time I'll break free. If you're reading this somehow, stay on the main highways. If you see a sign for Route 66 in Nevada, keep driving, don't turn off, don't let the road take you to Story 4. I've been hesitating to write this down for a while now. It's not something I talk about much, and honestly, most people would probably think I'm making it up. I'm not. I wish I was. This happened when I was in middle school, around 13 years old. Looking back, middle school was a strange time for everyone, but what happened with Charlie was beyond normal teenage weirdness. Charlie and I weren't exactly popular. We were the theater kids who spent lunch breaks reading instead of playing sports or whatever the cool kids did. We bonded over Stephen King novels and our shared love of being dramatic in drama class. He was funny, creative, and a bit odd, but in a way I found interesting. We'd been friends for about a year when everything changed. It was late October, and my parents had just hosted a Halloween party the weekend before. They'd decorated our basement with black lights and those glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling. They hadn't bothered taking everything down yet, so the basement still had this weird purple glow when we turned off the main lights. Charlie came over that Tuesday after school. It was just a normal hangout at first. We were working on a project for English class, but we kept getting distracted talking about horror movies and books. My parents were upstairs watching TV, and we had the whole basement to ourselves. At some point, Charlie got quiet, like unnaturally quiet. He was staring at the wall, and when I asked if he was okay, he didn't respond for a few seconds. Then he turned to me with this strange expression. "I need to tell you something," he said. His voice sounded different, flatter. "I've been feeling things lately, seeing things." I figured he was trying to freak me out. We were always trying to scare each other with made-up ghost stories, so I rolled my eyes and told him to quit it. "I'm serious," he said. "There's something inside me sometimes, something that's not me." The way he said it made the hair on my arms stand up. He wasn't being dramatic the way we usually were in theater class. There was an intensity to him that felt wrong. "Like what?" I asked, trying to sound casual while feeling increasingly uncomfortable. "Like a presence. It speaks to me, shows me things." He was looking at me, but somehow through me at the same time. "It's getting stronger." I laughed nervously. "Dude, you're freaking me out. Stop it." "You don't believe me." It wasn't a question. "Come on, Charlie, possessions aren't real. That's just movie stuff." His expression changed then. His face went completely blank before he smiled in a way I'd never seen before. It wasn't his smile. "I can prove it to you," he said quietly. My stomach dropped. I didn't want proof. I wanted him to laugh and say he was joking so we could go back to normal. Charlie pointed to the ceiling where the regular recessed lights were arranged in 3 rows of 4. "See that light?" he said, pointing to the center light in the first row. "It's going to go out." I glanced up at the light. It was perfectly fine, glowing steadily like all the others. "That's stupid," I said, trying to brush it off. "You can't make a light go out just by—" "Just watch," he interrupted, still pointing. "It's coming." We sat there in silence for what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds. I was about to speak again when it happened. The light didn't just go out, it exploded with a loud bang that made me jump nearly a foot in the air. Glass shattered and rained down on the carpet below. I remember the sound perfectly, that pop followed by the tinkle of glass falling. I screamed, and my parents called down to ask if we were okay. I yelled back that a light had burst, trying to keep my voice from shaking. My dad said he'd come check it out later and to stay away from the glass. When I looked back at Charlie, his eyes were different. I know how this sounds, but his eyes were completely black. Not just the pupils, all of it. He had dark brown eyes normally, but in that moment, they were just empty and intense in a way I can't explain. It was like looking at something that wasn't human while it wore my friend's face. He blinked, and his eyes were back to normal. He looked confused, like he wasn't sure what had just happened. "Did you see that?" he whispered. It worked. I made some excuse about feeling sick and asked him to go home. I couldn't be around him another minute. As soon as he left, I swept up the glass, trying to convince myself it was just a coincidence. Light bulbs burn out all the time, right? They can even explode if there's a power surge or something. That had to be it, but I couldn't explain his eyes or how he knew. I avoided Charlie for the next few weeks. I'd see him at school and give weak excuses about being busy whenever he wanted to hang out. He seemed hurt, but I couldn't shake the fear I felt in the basement that day. Then came my birthday in early December. My mom had planned a small celebration, and despite my reluctance, Charlie was invited along with 2 girls from our class, Lena and Chloe. I couldn't exactly tell my mom, "Don't invite Charlie because he might be possessed," without sounding crazy, so I just went with it. The party itself was fine. Charlie acted completely normal, laughing, joking, giving me a book as a present. I started to think maybe I'd imagined the whole basement incident or blown it out of proportion. After cake, the 4 of us decided to walk downtown to the arcade. It was already getting dark around 4:30 since it was winter, and there was a shortcut through a wooded area near my neighborhood called Millbrook. It wasn't a proper forest or anything, just a strip of woods between housing developments with a dirt path running through it. We were laughing about something that had happened in math class when Charlie suddenly went quiet again, just like that day in the basement. The girls kept walking ahead of us, but I slowed down, feeling that same uneasiness creep back. "Do you ever think about graves?" Charlie asked in a low voice. "What? No. Why would I? All those bodies underneath us, decomposing, returning to the earth." His voice had taken on that strange quality again, deeper, with an edge to it that didn't sound like him at all. "Charlie, stop. You're being weird." He ignored me. "Death is beautiful, you know. It's the only certainty we have." The girls had noticed we'd fallen behind and waited for us to catch up. "What are you guys talking about?" Lena asked. "Charlie's being creepy," I said, trying to laugh it off. "I'm not being creepy," Charlie said, but his voice had dropped even lower. "I'm being honest. Death follows me, always has." Chloe rolled her eyes. "Oh my God, so dramatic. This isn't drama class, Charlie." That's when things really went sideways. Charlie's whole body seemed to tense up. "You don't understand," he said, but now his voice was almost a growl. "I am the Prince of Death. I command it." Lena laughed nervously. "Okay, we get it. You're spooky. Can we just go to the arcade now? I'm getting cold." Charlie lunged at her without warning. His hands went straight to her throat, and he started squeezing with what looked like all his strength. His face was contorted in rage, but his eyes were that same bottomless black I'd seen in the basement. It happened so fast. 1 second we were walking, and the next Lena was on the ground with Charlie on top of her, choking her. She was fighting back, clawing at his hands, her face turning red. Chloe was screaming, and I was frozen in shock for a moment before I snapped out of it and tried to pull Charlie off. He was unnaturally strong. I'm not a small guy, but I couldn't budge him. Lena managed to knee him hard enough that his grip loosened, and she scrambled away. The 3 of us just ran, pure panic. We split up when we reached the neighborhood, each heading to our own homes. I burst through my front door, out of breath and terrified. My parents immediately knew something was wrong, and I blurted out what had happened. My dad called the police while my mom tried to calm me down. The police showed up about 20 minutes later. They told us Charlie had been found at a neighbor's door, disoriented and confused. He was missing 1 shoe, his shirt, and his phone. He couldn't explain how he got there or what had happened in the woods. When they questioned me, they mentioned that Lena and Chloe had given conflicting accounts of what happened. Chloe apparently said Charlie had been playing a prank that went too far, while Lena insisted he'd tried to kill her. The officers seemed skeptical of our stories, especially when I mentioned his eyes changing color. One of them asked if we'd been drinking or taking drugs, which we hadn't. I later found out from my parents that Charlie had been in and out of psychiatric wards since he was 9. He'd recently had his medication adjusted, which might explain the behavior, they said. The logical part of my brain wants to accept that explanation, but it doesn't explain how he made that light explode, or how his eyes changed, or the inhuman strength he showed in the woods. Charlie didn't come back to school for almost a year after that. When he did, we avoided each other by unspoken agreement. I'd occasionally catch him looking at me from across the cafeteria, but he never approached me, and I never approached him. I'm older now, and I've tried to rationalize what happened that day in my basement. Maybe there was an electrical issue with the light. Maybe the black lights created some optical illusion with his eyes. Maybe his medication really did cause a psychotic episode in the woods. But deep down, I know what I saw. And sometimes, when I'm alone in a dark room, I remember Charlie pointing at that light. I remember the certainty in his voice when he said, "It's coming." And I can't help but wonder what exactly came into my basement that day, and if it's still out there somewhere, looking for a new host. I've never been back to those woods in Millbrook, and I never will be. Story 5. I don't even celebrate my birthday anymore. Not after what happened when I turned 10. It's been almost 20 years, and I still get nightmares about it. I'm only writing this down because my therapist thinks it might help me process everything, but I'm not sure anything will ever make sense of what I saw that night. We were staying at the White House in Vail for my birthday. Not the White House, but this massive vacation home my stepdad owned called Shadow Crest. It was this sprawling mansion nestled against the mountains, isolated enough that you couldn't see any neighbors. I used to think it was magical, with its stone exterior and floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the forest. Now I can't even look at pictures of it without feeling sick. My mom had remarried when I was 7, and my stepdad Richard was great, supportive, present, everything my biological father Joseph wasn't. Joseph was the kind of dad who existed mainly in promises. "I'll see you at Christmas," he'd say. Then Christmas would come, and it would be, "I'll definitely make it this summer." Summer would pass, and the cycle would continue. I spent years waiting for him to show up, getting my hopes crushed every time. So when Mum told me Joseph was actually coming for my birthday, I didn't believe her at first. But the morning of my birthday, there he was, standing in the kitchen with this awkward smile, like he hadn't been absent for almost 2 years. I remember freezing at the bottom of the stairs, not knowing whether to run to him or just turn around and go back to my room. "There's the birthday girl," he said, like we'd seen each other yesterday. The whole day was this weird performance. We had a big lunch on the deck, opened presents, and had cake. All the normal birthday stuff. Except nothing felt normal. Joseph spent the entire time talking to my half-brothers, his kids from his second marriage, and my stepsister, barely acknowledging me. He'd brought them all along, which should have been nice, but it just highlighted how disconnected I was from that part of my family. When he did talk to me, it was surface stuff. "How's school? Do you like your new home?" Nothing real. Nothing that showed he had any idea who I actually was. I kept catching my mom watching us with this worried look, and my stepdad trying extra hard to make things special for me. By dinner, I couldn't pretend anymore. I excused myself and went to my room claiming a headache. Nobody came to check on me. I could hear them laughing downstairs, having a great time without me on my own birthday. I cried myself to sleep, still in my party dress, feeling like I was invisible in my own life. I don't know how long I slept, but I woke up to someone stroking my hair. For a second, I thought it was my mom, but when I opened my eyes, I saw her, the Native American woman who had visited me before. I wasn't scared. She'd come to me a few times over the years, always when I was upset or afraid. The first time was after a nightmare when I was 6, then again when my parents divorced. My mom couldn't see her, and I'd stopped mentioning these visits after she took me to a child psychologist who talked about coping mechanisms and imaginary friends. But she wasn't imaginary. She sat on the edge of my bed, real enough that the mattress dipped under her weight. She wore a long buckskin dress with intricate beadwork and had her hair in 2 long braids. Her eyes were so dark they seemed to contain the night sky. "You're sad on your special day," she said, her voice like water over stones. I nodded, wiping my tears. "My dad doesn't really want to be here. He doesn't care about me." She took my small hand in hers. Her skin felt cool, but somehow warm at the same time. Not all families are whom we share blood, she said. Some families are people we choose to surround ourselves with. I didn't fully understand then what she meant, but her words still comforted me. She sang softly, a melody I didn't recognize in a language I didn't know, and I felt myself getting sleepy again. Before I drifted off, she whispered, "Be careful tonight, little one. There are shadows here that don't belong." I woke again around midnight to voices coming from the living room. Everyone should have been asleep. My brothers and stepsister were in the guest rooms downstairs, and my mom and stepdad were in the master bedroom at the other end of the house. Joseph was staying in the guest house outside. Curious, I crept down the hallway. The voices got louder, a man's voice that I recognized as Joseph's, and something else, something that didn't sound human at all. It was like multiple voices layered together, deep and scratchy and wrong. I reached the top of the stairs and peered down into the living room. Joseph was standing there in the dark, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming through the windows, but he wasn't alone. Behind him hovered something I still struggle to describe, a shadow, but not cast by anything physical. It was darker than the darkness around it, shaped vaguely like a person, but with massive wings that seemed to absorb what little light was in the room. Where its face should have been, there were only two blood-red eyes, glowing like hot coals. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Joseph was talking to this thing, his voice urgent, but too low for me to make out the words. The shadow entity responded in that terrible layered voice, and though I couldn't understand the language, the malevolence in its tone made my skin crawl. Then it happened. The shadow looked up directly at me. Those red eyes locked onto mine, and I felt a cold so intense it burned, spread through my body. Joseph turned to see what the entity was looking at, and for a moment, our eyes met. There was no surprise on his face, no concern that his daughter was witnessing this, just irritation, like I'd interrupted an important meeting. The shadow entity began to move toward the stairs, toward me. It didn't walk. It flowed like oil spreading across water. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't work. As it reached the bottom stair, I heard a familiar voice behind me. "Stand back, child." The Native American woman was there, placing herself between me and the staircase. The shadow entity stopped, its red eyes narrowing. A hiss escaped it, like steam from a broken pipe. Something came over me then. Not courage exactly, but a strange calm. I stepped around my protector and faced the thing on the stairs. "What are you?" My voice came out steadier than I felt. The shadow seemed surprised, if such a thing could feel surprise. It tilted what passed for its head, those red eyes studying me. "I am bound to him," it said, nodding toward Joseph, "and to all of his blood." My heart pounded. "My brothers?" I whispered, thinking of them sleeping just down the hall. The thing made a sound like laughter, but all wrong. "Yes. His blood flows in their veins." Its gaze intensified. "But you are different." Joseph started up the stairs then, his face contorted with anger. "Go back to your room, Leah. This doesn't concern you." "It concerns her more than you know," the native woman said, and though Joseph showed no sign of hearing her, he stopped in his tracks, suddenly looking uncertain. The shadow entity drifted closer, ignoring the stairs entirely and floating upward. I could feel its cold radiating outward. "His blood is weak in you," it said. "Something else protects you. Something older." I remembered then something I'd overheard years ago. My mother crying to her sister about an affair she'd had before I was born, with an Irishman who'd passed through town. She'd never been sure who my biological father really was, but had stayed with Joseph to keep the family together. I'd been so young when I heard this. I'd convinced myself I'd misunderstood or imagined it. But now, facing this thing that claimed to be attached to Joseph's bloodline, yet seemed puzzled by me, those memories came rushing back. "Go back," the native woman commanded, and this time there was power in her voice. The air around us seemed to vibrate. The shadow entity recoiled slightly but didn't retreat. "This house has seen death before," it said. "It will see more." Then it looked at me again. "She's coming along nicely," it added, as if speaking to someone else entirely. Joseph grabbed my arm suddenly. His hand was ice cold. "I told you to go to bed," he hissed, his breath smelling of whiskey and something metallic like old pennies. I tried to pull away, but his grip tightened. The native woman placed her hand on my shoulder, and immediately Joseph let go, looking confused, as if he couldn't remember why he'd grabbed me in the first place. "I don't feel well," he muttered, then turned and stumbled back down the stairs. The shadow entity lingered a moment longer, those red eyes burning into my memory before it flowed back down to follow Joseph. I stood there shaking as the native woman guided me back to my room. "What was that thing?" I asked once we were inside with the door closed. "A hungry spirit," she said simply. "It feeds on pain and fear and hatred. It has attached itself to your father's line for generations." "But not to me," she smiled sadly. "Number, you have different protections." She brushed my hair back from my face. "Sleep now. I will watch over you." But I couldn't sleep. Not with what I'd seen. I lay in bed, listening to the sounds of the house, which now seemed threatening rather than familiar. Around 3 in the morning, I heard voices again, multiple voices this time, whispering just at the edge of my hearing. I pulled the covers over my head, but it didn't help. "She's coming along nicely," I heard again, the same words the shadow had spoken. "Not ready yet. Soon enough. The blood is weak, but the spirit is strong." I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block it out, but then I felt a cold draft across my face. Slowly, I lowered the blanket and saw my bedroom window was open, an impossible thing since my room was on the second floor with no balcony or tree nearby. Outside, in the moonlight, I could see shadows moving across the property. Not normal shadows cast by clouds or trees, but things moving independently, flowing between the trees, circling the guest house where Joseph was staying. The native woman stood by the window, watching. "They've been drawn here," she said without turning. "Too many in one place. It's dangerous." I got out of bed and joined her at the window. "What do they want?" "Some want to feed, some want to possess, some are just lost." She pointed to one shadow that seemed to be moving differently than the others. "That one is old, very old. It has been following your father's family for centuries." As we watched, the shadow she'd pointed out suddenly stopped and looked up, directly at my window. Even from a distance, I could see those red eyes. "It knows you're watching," she said, closing the window quickly and drawing the curtains. "We've called attention to ourselves." Almost immediately there was a tapping at the glass, like long fingernails against the window. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. "Don't answer it," she warned. "Don't even think about answering it." The tapping continued, growing more insistent, while voices whispered from all corners of the room. "Let us in. Just a peek. We want to see you." "She's coming along nicely." I covered my ears, but the voices seemed to come from inside my head now. The native woman began singing again, that same haunting melody from earlier, and gradually the voices faded, though the tapping at the window continued until dawn. When morning finally came, Joseph and his children were gone. My mom said they'd left early, some emergency at work. He hadn't even said goodbye. I wasn't surprised. We never returned to Shadowcrest after that trip. My stepdad sold it the following year, claiming it was too remote and impractical. But sometimes I'd catch him staring off into the distance with a troubled look, and I wondered if he'd felt it too, the wrongness in that house. Joseph died 5 years later. Heart attack, they said. I didn't go to the funeral. My brothers did, and over the years, both of them have struggled with depression, addiction, and unexplained health problems. Sometimes when I talk to them on the phone, I think I can hear whispering in the background. As for me, I still see the native woman occasionally. She's never told me her name or why she protects me, but I'm grateful for her presence. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I'll catch a glimpse of red eyes watching me from dark corners, always watching, always waiting. That birthday at Shadowcrest changed everything. I learned that family isn't always about blood. Sometimes it's about who stands between you and the darkness, and I learned that some shadows have teeth. Story 6. I really hesitated to even write this out. I don't usually share personal stuff online, but I need to tell someone who might actually believe me because I'm still trying to make sense of what happened. I moved into this old house in Meadowbrook about 7 months ago. It was a steal price-wise, which should have been my first clue. Something was off, but I was just excited to finally have my own place. The first few weeks were totally normal. I was unpacking, getting settled in, making the place mine. I brought my 3 cats, Luna, Oscar, and Milo, and they seemed to adjust fine at first. The house itself is nothing special. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a decent-sized living room and kitchen. It was built in the 1970s, according to the realtor, which explained the dated wallpaper and weird carpet choices. About a month after moving in, I started noticing small things. At first, it was just the normal creaks and groans of an older house settling. I'd hear random thumps or creaking floorboards at night, but I rationalized it away. Old houses make noise, right? That's what everyone says. But then I started waking up at the exact same time every night, precisely 3 a.m. Not like around 3, but exactly 3 a.m. on the dot. I'd jolt awake, heart racing, with this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. I'd check my phone, and boom, 3 a.m. After a few nights of this, I started joking to my friends that the witching hour had it out for me. I've never been religious or anything. My family was totally secular, so I wasn't freaking out about demons or anything like that. I thought maybe it was just stress from the new house and new job. Then it got weirder. Instead of waking up at exactly 3, I'd wake up at 3:32 or 3:33 or 3:34. It was always in that range, and I could never fall back asleep until after 4. I'd just lie there wide awake, with this horrible sense of dread in the pit of my stomach. My rational brain kept saying it was just insomnia or anxiety, but it felt different, deliberate somehow. By January, I started noticing bruises on my arms and legs. Small ones at first, but they looked disturbingly like fingerprints. Some were too small to be mine, like a child had grabbed me. Others were way too large. I started taking pictures of them because I genuinely thought I might be sleepwalking and hurting myself. I even put a camera in my bedroom to see if I was doing something weird in my sleep. But the footage just showed me sleeping normally until I'd suddenly bolt upright at those specific times. What really started to freak me out were the scratches. I'd wake up with these 3 small parallel scratches on my face or neck. They weren't deep, but they were definitely there. I know what you're thinking. Cats, right? That's what I thought too. But I always close my bedroom door at night specifically to keep the cats out because Milo likes to attack my feet at 5 a.m. There's no way they could have gotten in. Speaking of the cats, their behavior changed dramatically around February. Anyone with cats knows they sometimes stare at nothing, and it's usually just a dust particle or they're hearing something we can't. But this was different. They'd be sound asleep, then suddenly wake up and stare intensely at one specific spot, usually in the corner of the living room or at the hallway. Their ears would flatten and they'd look genuinely terrified. There was this one day in February I'll never forget. I was sitting on the couch watching Netflix when Luna and Oscar both fixated on this empty section of the couch next to me. They were full-on growling, backs arched, fur standing on end. I tried to get their attention, waving my hand in front of their faces, and they'd briefly look at me before immediately turning back to the same empty spot. I even took a picture and looked at it, thinking maybe there was a bug or something I couldn't see. Nothing, just empty couch cushions. But they were acting like there was a predator sitting right there. Sometimes they'd even run toward empty space, arched and hissing, as if chasing something I couldn't see. Milo, who's normally the most chill of my 3 cats, started sleeping under the bed instead of on it. He wouldn't come out except to eat. The incident that really made me question my sanity happened in March. I was heating up some leftover pasta in the microwave when I heard this weird popping sound from the kitchen. When I went to check, the front left burner on the stove was turned to low. I definitely hadn't touched it. I hadn't cooked anything on the stove that day. and these aren't the kind of knobs that turn easily. You have to push them in and then turn them to get them to work. There's no way it could have turned itself on accidentally. I stood there staring at that burner for what felt like forever, my heart pounding in my chest. I turned it off and checked all the other burners, then unplugged the microwave thinking maybe there was some electrical issue causing it. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. All of this kept reminding me of weird experiences I'd had as a kid. When I was 12, my grandfather died, and on the day of his burial, I felt something touch my shoulder while I was alone in my bedroom. It was this cold, electric sensation that made all the hair on my arms stand up. I was absolutely terrified, frozen in place for what felt like hours, but was probably just seconds. Another time, I watched a glass cup slide across a completely level table at my parents' house. No one was near it, no vibration, nothing. It just moved on its own, a good 4 inches. My parents dismissed it, but I know what I saw. The old house I grew up in had its own weird energy. The previous owner had died in a car accident, and sometimes all of our pets, 2 dogs and a cat, would simultaneously freak out and run from something invisible. They'd all be lounging around normally, then suddenly bolt in terror at the exact same moment, looking back over their shoulders like something was chasing them. But nothing from my childhood compared to what started happening in April in this new house. That's when I really noticed the mirror. It's this antique full-length mirror in the hallway that came with the house. The previous owners left it because it was apparently too heavy to move. It has this ornate wooden frame with carved details, probably from the early 1900s. I actually thought it was pretty cool at first, a nice vintage touch. I started noticing that sometimes my reflection didn't look right. Not in an obvious horror movie way where my reflection was doing different things than me. It was subtler than that. There'd be this slight delay, like my reflection was moving a fraction of a second behind me. Or my expression would seem off, like I was smirking when I was sure I wasn't. I tried to record it with my phone, but of course nothing showed up on camera. The mirror just reflected normally. I thought maybe it was the angle of the mirror or some weird optical illusion, or honestly that I was just losing it from lack of sleep. Then came the whispering. I'd be walking past the mirror and hear this faint whisper that seemed to be coming from it. Not clear words, just this hushed, urgent murmuring that would stop the moment I turned to look. It always happened when I was alone, never when I had friends over. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I do. If someone told me this story, I'd think they were either making it up or needed serious help. I even made an appointment with my doctor to check for carbon monoxide poisoning or anything else that could cause hallucinations. All my tests came back normal. One night in May, I woke up, yes, at exactly 3:33 a.m., to the sound of something scratching. It wasn't the cats. I could see all 3 of them huddled together at the foot of my bed, staring wide-eyed at my bedroom door. The scratching was coming from the hallway where the mirror hung. I lay there paralyzed with fear, listening to this methodical scratching for what felt like hours. When I finally got up the courage to open my door the next morning, I found 3 long scratch marks in the wooden floor, directly in front of the mirror. They weren't there the day before. I'm absolutely certain of that. I took a picture and showed it to my friend Alex when she came over later that day. She suggested it might be from moving furniture, but I hadn't moved anything in that hallway since I moved in. Plus, they were too evenly spaced to be accidental, exactly like the scratches that would sometimes appear on my skin. I started avoiding the hallway, taking the long way around through the kitchen to get to the bathroom. The cats wouldn't go near the mirror either. They'd flatten themselves against the opposite wall if they had to pass it. Last week, everything escalated. I was home alone, working on my laptop at the kitchen table. It was around 6 p.m., still daylight outside. I got up to get a glass of water and had to pass the mirror. As I walked by, I swear, and I know how insane this sounds, but I swear I saw someone else's face in my reflection, just for a split second. It wasn't my face. It was gaunt, with sunken eyes and this terrible grin. I dropped my glass and it shattered on the floor. I ran outside and called my mom, absolutely hysterical. She tried to calm me down, suggested I was working too hard, maybe needed a break. I couldn't bring myself to go back inside until it got dark and cold, and standing on my porch started feeling more frightening than whatever was in my house. That night, I covered the mirror with a sheet. I felt ridiculous doing it, like I was playing into some horror movie trope, but I was desperate. I actually slept through the night for the first time in months. No 3 a.m. wake up, no scratches, nothing. But when I went to check the mirror in the morning, the sheet was on the floor. I know I secured it well. I even used thumbtacks to hold it in place. But there it was, crumpled on the floor, the mirror uncovered. I'm writing this now from a hotel room. I grabbed the cats and some clothes and just left. I don't know what to do. I can't afford to break my lease, but I also can't live with whatever is in that mirror. I've researched the house's history, but found nothing unusual. No deaths, no tragic stories, nothing that would explain what's happening. Last night at the hotel, I woke up, you guessed it, at 3:33 a.m. When I went to the bathroom to splash water on my face, I saw 3 fresh scratches on my cheek. I'm terrified that whatever was in that mirror has somehow followed me here. Story 7. I never thought I'd be sharing this story online, but I need to talk about it because it's been driving me crazy for years. I still get chills thinking about it, even though we moved out of that house over 10 years ago. We moved into this old Victorian-style house when I was 19. It was gorgeous from the outside. 2 stories, wooden panels painted a faded blue, and this really distinctive large corner window that practically wrapped around the front right side of the house. My parents had been searching for months, and the price was surprisingly reasonable considering the size. In hindsight, maybe there was a reason for that. When we first moved in, we brought our whole little zoo with us. My dog Beggar, a mutt I'd had since I was 12, our calico cat Cleopatra, who we called Cleo for short, and my parents' 2 dogs, Nana and Zipper. Beggar and the other dogs mostly stayed outside in the fenced yard, but Cleo was strictly an indoor cat. Just a week after moving in, Cleo gave birth to her first litter of kittens, 4 little ones. We named them Sock because he had these little white paws, Boots, who had white up to his knees, Demon, completely black except for these piercing yellow eyes, and Tigger, orange with stripes. It was exciting, and we were all focused on the kittens when the weird stuff started. About 3 days after giving birth, Cleo disappeared, just vanished. I searched the entire house, calling her name, shaking her food container. Nothing. I was devastated, thinking she'd somehow gotten outside and run away. But on the 3rd day, she just strolled out from the basement like nothing had happened, looking perfectly normal, and immediately went to feed her kittens. I was relieved, but confused. Where had she been for 3 whole days? That's when I first noticed something wasn't right with her. She seemed different, more alert, more anxious. At first, I thought it was just new mom stress, but then she started doing this bizarre thing. Every morning around 9, she would suddenly bolt up the stairs at full speed, race down the hallway, fly back down the stairs, and then, this is the weird part, she would skid to a complete stop, exactly 10 feet from that big corner window, like she'd hit an invisible wall. She'd stop dead in her tracks, back arched, fur raised, staring intensely at the empty corner where the window was. She'd just stand there, staring for about a minute, then shake herself off and do the whole thing again. Up the stairs, down the hall, down the stairs, stop at the exact same spot, stare at the corner. I tried following her gaze, but there was nothing there, just the window and empty space. No bugs, no shadows, nothing unusual at all. But she was clearly seeing something I couldn't. This went on for months. We took her to the vet thinking maybe she had some neurological issue, but they found nothing wrong. They suggested it might be stress from the move and the new kittens, but I wasn't convinced. This wasn't normal cat behavior. Then about 8 months after we moved in, Cleo died. It was sudden. She seemed fine one day, and the next morning I found her curled up in my bedroom, already gone. The vet said it was likely a heart condition that hadn't been detected, but it hit us all hard, especially since the kittens were only about 7 months old. That's when things got even weirder. Within weeks of Cleo's death, the kittens, now young cats, started exhibiting the exact same behavior. All 4 of them would take turns running up and down the stairs, and every single one would stop at precisely the same distance from that corner window, 10 feet away. Not 9, not 11. 10. They'd stare, hackles raised, sometimes hissing, sometimes making this low growling noise I'd never heard from a cat before. Tigger was the worst. I'd often catch him in the living room, backed against the opposite wall, hissing and spitting at the empty corner. His eyes would follow something moving that I couldn't see. It was like watching someone track a fly, except there was no fly. We had this 6-foot iguana named Iggy too. He had a heat lamp set up in the living room where he liked to bask in both the lamplight and the sunlight coming through the windows. But he would never go near that corner window. We tried moving his enclosure closer to it because it got good sun, but he refused to bask unless we moved him to the middle of the room. He would literally press himself against the far side of his cage if we put him anywhere near that corner. The dogs' reactions were even more extreme. Beggar, Nana, and Zipper normally stayed outside in the yard, but whenever they came inside, they would stop at the entrance to the living room, hackles raised, and bark aggressively at the corner. They wouldn't enter the room unless someone was with them, and even then, they'd skirt around the perimeter, keeping as far away from that corner as possible. Beggar, who normally slept at the foot of my bed, wouldn't even come upstairs anymore. He'd whine at the bottom of the staircase until I came down. One night, I was up late studying when I heard Zipper barking frantically outside. I went to the back door to let him in, thinking he needed to pee or something. The moment I opened the door, he bolted past me, ran through the kitchen, and stopped at the living room entrance. He stood there, growling low in his throat, staring at that damn corner. Then he started barking, not his normal, "there's a squirrel" bark, but this deep, threatening sound I'd never heard from him before. I looked where he was looking, and again, there was nothing there, just empty space. But all of our animals, cats, dogs, even the iguana, they all acted like there was something evil lurking in that corner. Something only they could see. The creepiest part? We never put anything in that corner. No furniture, no plants, nothing. Not even the Christmas tree. It wasn't a conscious decision at first. The room just seemed to flow better with that corner empty. But looking back, I realized none of us ever suggested putting anything there, like we all subconsciously knew to leave it alone. The only other place in the house that gave off similar vibes was this cellar-type room off the kitchen. It had probably been used for food storage originally, but we mostly kept boxes and rarely used appliances down there. None of the animals would go near it. If I carried one of the cats past the cellar door, they would squirm and claw to get away. Beggar would stand at the top of the cellar stairs and growl, refusing to go down even when I called him. The rest of the house felt normal. No cold spots, no strange noises, no items moving around. Just that corner, and the cellar had this presence, something the animals could sense but we couldn't see. I started staying up late, watching that corner, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever had our pets so terrified. I never saw anything concrete, but sometimes out of the corner of my eye, I'd think I saw a shadow shift or move when there was nothing there to cast it. But the moment I'd turn to look directly, it would be gone. One night, around 3 in the morning, I was dozing on the couch while watching some late-night TV show. I was half asleep when I heard this strange scratching sound coming from the corner. Not loud, just this faint scritch, 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 like nails on wood. I opened my eyes but didn't move, trying to pinpoint where exactly it was coming from. That's when I noticed Demon sitting in the middle of the living room floor, his back arched, eyes wide and fixed on the corner. He was completely still except for the tip of his tail, which twitched back and forth slowly. The scratching continued for maybe 30 seconds, then stopped. Demon stayed frozen for another minute, then suddenly bolted from the room like someone had lit his tail on fire. I gathered my courage and walked over to the corner, examining the walls, the floor, the windowsill, looking for any sign of mice or insects that could explain the sound. Nothing. The walls were solid, no holes or cracks, The floor was intact. There was absolutely nothing there that could have made that noise. After about a year in the house, my sister came to visit with her baby daughter. She was only 6 months old at the time. The first night they stayed with us, the baby wouldn't stop crying. Not just normal baby fussing. These were terrified screams. My sister tried everything, feeding, changing, rocking. Nothing helped. Finally, exhausted, she brought the baby downstairs to the living room to walk her around. The moment they entered the living room, the baby stopped crying mid-scream and stared wide-eyed at the corner window. Then she pointed her tiny finger directly at the empty space and started making this weird cooing sound. My sister, not knowing about all the weird stuff with our pets, thought nothing of it. She sat on the couch, facing away from the corner, trying to get the baby to sleep. I came downstairs for some water and found them there. The baby was still awake, looking over my sister's shoulder, staring and pointing at the corner. When she saw me, she got agitated again, like she was trying to warn me about something. I asked my sister how long the baby had been staring at the corner, and she said, "Pretty much since we came downstairs." Weird, right? At least she stopped screaming. I didn't tell my sister about our animal's behavior. I didn't want to freak her out while she was staying with us. But the next morning, she mentioned that she'd had intense nightmares all night about being trapped in a dark room with something watching her. She laughed it off, saying it was probably just new mom anxiety, but I couldn't help connecting it to everything else. The day they left, as they were walking out to the car, the baby looked back at the house, specifically at that corner window, and started wailing again. She didn't stop until they were out of the driveway. We lived in that house for 3 more years, and the animals never got used to whatever was in that corner. Even new animals we brought in. A hamster my brother got for his birthday, a friend's dog we watched for a week. They all reacted the same way. Avoidance, not fear. Like they all saw the same thing we couldn't. We eventually moved out when my dad got a job in another state. I remember on moving day, I was the last one in the house, doing a final walkthrough to make sure we hadn't forgotten anything. When I got to the living room, I stood there looking at that empty corner for a long time. For the first time, I felt like something was looking back at me. Not just a vague presence, but an actual conscious entity watching me. I got the overwhelming feeling that it was pleased we were leaving, that it would have the house to itself again. I've never felt so cold in my life. I practically ran out of the house after that. To this day, I can't explain what was in that corner, why every single animal we owned was terrified of it, why they all stopped at exactly the same distance away from it, what Cleo saw that made her run up and down the stairs like something was chasing her, what the baby saw that made her point and stare. Sometimes I think about the family that moved in after us. I wonder if their pets refuse to go near that corner too, if they feel watched when they're alone in the living room, if they ever hear scratching in the middle of the night. I still don't know what it was, but whatever lived in that corner, it wasn't human, and it definitely wasn't friendly. Story 8. Why? I've never shared this with many people. A part of me is still terrified to talk about it, but I've carried it for too long. I grew up in a small military town in the high desert of California back in the 90s. It was one of those grid-pattern towns where the streets have numbers and the avenues have letters, like living inside a giant spreadsheet. We had Avenue 0, 178th Street, and so on. Super creative, right? When you're a teenager in a place like that, boredom pushes you to find your own entertainment. For my friends and me, that meant exploring the endless desert that surrounded us. What we found out there still haunts me. It started in the summer of 1993. I was 17. My boyfriend Troy, our friend Melissa, and I were driving Troy's beat-up Chevy truck way out past the edge of town. We weren't doing anything special, just listening to music, watching the sunset, killing time like kids do when there's nothing else going on. We pulled over in this flat, empty area about 15 miles from anything resembling civilization. The sky was turning that deep purple-orange color that only happens in the desert. We were sitting on the truck bed, passing a warm soda around, when I first noticed it. "Do you guys hear that?" I asked. They both got quiet. At first it seemed like just the wind or maybe the engine ticking as it cooled down. But then it became clearer, a mechanical humming sound coming from beneath us. "It's probably just the truck," Troy said, but his face showed he didn't believe that. We all got down and pressed our ears to the ground. The sound was unmistakable, machinery running deep under the surface. And then something else, voices, muffled, distant voices that seemed to be coming through some kind of intercom system. "What the hell is that?" Melissa whispered. We stayed frozen like that for maybe 5 minutes, listening. Then Troy jumped up suddenly. "We need to go. Now." The ride back was completely silent. None of us knew what to make of what we'd heard, but we all felt the same creeping dread. A few weeks later, I was hanging out at my friend Derek's house. His family lived on the absolute outskirts of town, where their backyard basically merged into miles of open desert. They had this weird electric fence around their property that always seemed excessive to me. It was getting dark, and Derek suggested we sit on his back porch. "Want to see something messed up?" he asked, disappearing into his house before returning with what looked like military-grade night vision binoculars. "Where'd you get those?" I asked. "My dad. He works on base." He didn't elaborate, and I knew better than to push. A lot of parents in our town worked on base and didn't talk about it. He handed them to me and pointed toward the desert. "Look out there, about half a mile by that cluster of Joshua trees. Wait a few minutes." The binoculars were heavy and incredibly powerful. Through them, the night desert looked eerily green and surprisingly detailed. I waited, not sure what I was supposed to be looking for. Then I saw it. Movement. I focused the binoculars and felt my blood go cold. There was a hole in the ground, and something was climbing out of it. Someone, a person, then another. Within minutes, I could see 5 or 6 people moving around out there in the darkness. "What the hell?" I whispered, unable to look away. "My family calls them ground dwellers," Derek said casually, like this was completely normal. "They come out most nights. That's why we have the electric fence." "Who are they?" I asked, my mouth dry. Derek shrugged. "Dad says not to talk about it. Says it's better not to know." I handed the binoculars back with shaking hands. The people I'd seen moved differently, stiff, mechanical almost, and they were dressed identically in what looked like gray jumpsuits. I didn't sleep that night, or much for the next week. I kept thinking about those people emerging from the ground, about the sounds we'd heard, about all the weird little things about my town that suddenly seemed connected. The unmarked trucks that sometimes drove through at night, the areas of desert that were inexplicably fenced off, the way adults would change the subject when kids asked too many questions. Then came the incident with the couple in my treehouse. This was about a month later. I was home alone. My parents both worked long hours when I heard noises from our backyard. We had this old treehouse my dad had built years earlier. I'd outgrown it, but sometimes used it as a quiet place to read. I looked out my bedroom window and saw light coming from inside it. Someone was in there. I should have been scared, should have called the police. Instead, I grabbed my dad's baseball bat and went outside. Maybe it was the weeks of strange experiences making me reckless, or maybe just teenage stupidity. I climbed the ladder slowly, bat in hand, and pushed open the small wooden door. Inside were 2 people. A man and woman, both probably in their 30s, huddled together with a small battery-powered lamp between them. They looked terrified. The woman had been crying, and the man had this wild, desperate look in his eyes. "Please," he said immediately, holding up his hands. "We're not here to hurt anyone. We just need somewhere to hide for a few hours." They had a bag with them, and scattered across the treehouse floor were papers. Documents with what looked like official government seals and strange diagrams. I remember seeing weird emblems I didn't recognize and schematics that made no sense to me. Some of the papers were burned around the edges, like they'd tried to destroy them but couldn't finish. "What is all this?" I asked, lowering the bat slightly. "Who are you hiding from?" The woman looked at the man, who seemed to be weighing how much to tell me. We worked as civilian contractors, he finally said, out at one of the facilities on Beryl Springs Road. I knew the area he meant. It was supposed to be abandoned military testing grounds from decades earlier. We found some things, information we weren't supposed to see. His hands were shaking as he gathered up the papers. They've been after us since yesterday. Black government vehicles. They don't stop. We just need to rest, the woman added. Her voice was hoarse. Then we'll go. You never saw us. I should have asked more questions, should have looked more closely at those documents. Instead, I just nodded, left them some water and snacks from the house, and went back inside. When I checked the next morning, they were gone. The treehouse was empty, not a single paper left behind. 3 days later, the black vans showed up on our street, unmarked, windows tinted so dark you couldn't see inside. They moved slowly, parking for hours at different spots, watching our houses. Everyone noticed, but no one talked about it. They stayed for almost 2 weeks, then disappeared as suddenly as they'd come. The final piece happened during spring break of my senior year. A group of us decided to go exploring deep in the Mojave, in an area that used to be some kind of mining operation back in the 50s. There were abandoned structures scattered around, old trailers, equipment sheds, things like that. We were being stupid teenagers breaking into these places, looking for anything cool or interesting. Most were empty, picked clean years ago. Then we found this old mobile home, half buried in sand drift. The door was stuck, so my friend Chris forced it open. The inside was dark, but surprisingly intact. Furniture still there, even some old magazines on a coffee table. But the air felt wrong, stale, but with a strange chemical smell. Chris was walking toward the back rooms when we heard a sound from inside one of them, a dry, scraping noise, like fingernails on metal. "Hello?" he called out. Nothing. We all crowded in the narrow hallway as Chris pushed open the bedroom door. The room was empty, except for a metal bed frame. But there was another door, probably a closet, that was slightly ajar. Chris was reaching for it when I saw movement at the window. Just a flash of something pale looking in, then gone. "Someone's outside," I whispered. We all turned to look. Through the dirty glass, I could make out a figure moving with unnatural quickness around the side of the trailer. It was too tall, too thin to be normal. Its skin had a grayish-white color that didn't look human. Then there was another one, and another. They were surrounding the trailer. "We need to leave." "Now," I said, backing toward the front door. As we rushed out, I got a clear look at one of them. It was standing perfectly still about 30 feet away, watching us with large black eyes set in a skeletal face. Its limbs were wrong, too long, jointed in places human limbs shouldn't bend. We ran to our cars, and I swear these things kept pace with us, moving in this bizarre, jerky way, always staying just at the edge of our vision. They never made a sound. They just watched. We tore out of there, driving way too fast on those desert roads. Nobody spoke until we were almost back to town. "What the fuck were those things?" Chris finally asked. Nobody had an answer. The next day, Chris and I drove back out there. I don't know why. Some need to prove to ourselves that we hadn't imagined it all. The trailer was gone, not just empty, completely gone, like it had never been there. The entire area looked different somehow, the ground disturbed in ways that made no sense. I left for college that fall and never moved back, but I've kept track of stories from that area over the years. There are lots of them if you know where to look. Accounts of strange sounds, unexplained lights, people going missing for days and returning with no memory of where they'd been. I think about Derek's ground dwellers a lot, about those mechanical sounds beneath the desert floor, about the couple with their burned documents, the black vans, those pale creatures by the trailer. The desert hides things under its surface, in its remote corners, and there are people, or maybe things that aren't exactly people, who don't want those secrets found. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night convinced I can hear that same mechanical humming coming from beneath my bedroom floor, even though I live 2,000 miles away now, and I wonder how far their reach extends, how deep their tunnels go. I wonder if they know I remember. Story 9. I've been hesitant to write this down, but I need to get it out. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help us understand what's happening in our home. About 7 months ago, my wife Maria and I moved into what we thought was our dream home in Pine Grove Hills. It's a beautiful 2-story colonial with a big yard for the kids to play in. We have a 4-year-old daughter, Lily, and our baby boy, Dustin, who was just 3 months old when we moved. The neighborhood is quiet, filled with young families, and the schools are great. Everything seemed perfect. The first month was normal, just unpacking, getting settled, and dealing with the usual headaches of a move. Lily was excited about her new, bigger bedroom. We let her pick out the paint colors and decorations. She wanted everything princess-themed, of course. Dustin's nursery was right next to our bedroom, so we could hear him if he cried at night. It started about 6 weeks after we moved in. Lily woke up screaming around 2 in the morning. I rushed to her room and found her sitting up in bed, pointing at her closet with this look of absolute terror on her face. "Daddy, the blue girl in my closet," she kept saying over and over. I checked the closet thoroughly. Nothing. I even showed Lily that there was nothing there, just her clothes hanging up and some toy boxes on the floor. But she was adamant. She was just there, Daddy. She was standing right there between my dresses. I chalked it up to a nightmare and stayed with her until she fell back asleep. Kids have bad dreams, right? It seemed normal enough. But it happened again 3 nights later. Same thing. Lily screaming about the blue girl in her closet. This time, my wife went to check on her. Same result, nothing in the closet, but Lily was absolutely convinced someone had been there. "What does the blue girl look like?" Maria asked her. Lily just said, "Her face is blue, and her hands, she's tall." When we pressed for more details, Lily just shrugged and said, "She's just blue, Mommy." We thought maybe it was just an adjustment phase, moving to a new house, having a baby brother who was getting a lot of attention. It made sense that Lily might be acting out or having some anxiety dreams. But then things got weirder. I started noticing Lily playing in closets, not just her own closet, but the hall closet, the closet in our bedroom, even the small linen closet in the hallway. She'd sit in there with the door partly open, whispering. When I'd walk by, I'd hear what sounded like a conversation, not just the babbling play talk kids do with toys. "What are you doing, sweetie?" I asked her one day when I found her cross-legged in our bedroom closet. "Talking to my friend," she said matter-of-factly. "What friend?" "The blue girl. She likes closets. She says they're like doors." A chill ran through me that I can't really explain. I'm not a superstitious person, but something about the way she said it felt wrong. "Doors to where?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. Lily just shrugged. "She doesn't tell me. It's a secret." Around this time, Maria started noticing things too. Items in the house would be in different places than where we'd left them. Nothing major. A coffee mug on a different shelf, Dustin's pacifier on the windowsill instead of his crib, Lily's hairbrush in the kitchen. We blamed it on sleep deprivation and the chaos of having a baby in the house. Then one morning, about 3 months after moving in, Lily came down to breakfast, looking tired. Her eyes had dark circles under them, which was unusual for her. "Didn't you sleep well, honey?" Maria asked. Lily shook her head. "The blue girl opened my closet last night and snuck in. She was looking at me all night." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. "What did she do?" I asked, trying to sound calm. "She just stood there. She said I'm bad and that Dustin isn't cute." Lily took a bite of her cereal, seemingly unbothered by what she was saying. Maria and I exchanged glances. "Where is the blue girl now?" Maria asked. Lily pointed to the corner of the ceiling without looking up. "Her head is blue up there." I looked up at the empty corner and felt a wave of dread wash over me. There was nothing there, but I suddenly felt like I was being watched. "She followed Daddy outside this morning," Lily added, still focused on her breakfast. I nearly dropped my coffee mug. I had gone out earlier to get the newspaper and take out the garbage. I hadn't seen or felt anything unusual, but the thought that something might have been following me. "Lily, honey," Maria said gently, "the blue girl isn't real. She's just in your imagination." Lily looked up at us, her expression serious. She says that's what you'd say. After that, things escalated. We started hearing footsteps upstairs when all of us were downstairs. Heavy, deliberate steps that would cross from one end of the hallway to the other. Our house doesn't have an attic, just a small crawl space that's barely big enough for storage, let alone for someone to walk around in. One afternoon, I was in the kitchen with Dustin while Maria was at the store. Lily was upstairs playing in her room. I heard her laughing and talking, then I distinctly heard another voice, a woman's voice, soft but clear, responding to her. I ran upstairs so fast I nearly tripped, but when I got to Lily's room, she was alone, playing with her dolls on the floor. "Who were you talking to?" I asked, trying not to sound as panicked as I felt. "The blue girl," she said, like it was the most normal thing in the world. "I heard someone talking to you." Lily nodded. "She can talk like Mommy sometimes, or like you." She went back to her dolls. That night, after the kids were in bed, Maria and I had a long talk. She was starting to get really worried about Lily's imaginary friend. We debated whether we should take her to see a child psychologist. Was this normal behavior for a 4-year-old adjusting to a new sibling and a new house, or was something more concerning going on? "Maybe we should set up some cameras," I suggested, "just to see if anything strange is happening when we're not looking." Maria agreed, so the next day I bought a simple security camera system. I installed cameras in the upstairs hallway, in Lily's room, angled to see her, closet, and in Dustin's nursery. I also put one in our bedroom and one in the living room downstairs. The first few nights, the cameras didn't catch anything unusual, just normal household stuff. Us checking on the kids, getting up for midnight feedings with Dustin, Lily getting up once to use the bathroom. Then, 5 nights after installing the cameras, it happened. I was reviewing the footage from the previous night when I saw something that made my blood run cold. The camera in Lily's room showed her sleeping peacefully in her bed around 3:15 in the morning. Then her closet door, which had been closed, slowly opened about 6 inches. The gap was dark and I couldn't see anything inside, but after about a minute, the door closed again, very slowly, as if someone was deliberately trying not to make noise. I replayed that segment over and over. I increased the brightness, zoomed in, did everything I could think of to see if there was something, anything visible in that closet, but there wasn't, just darkness. I showed Maria the footage. She suggested it might have been a draft, but the way that door moved, it was too deliberate, too controlled. That night, we moved Lily into our room. We told her we were having a special sleepover. She seemed excited about it, but as we were getting her settled, she looked at me and said, "The blue girl won't like this." "Why not?" I asked. "Because she can't come in here. Your room is too bright for her." We kept Lily in our room for 3 nights. During that time, nothing unusual happened. No footsteps, no voices, no doors opening on their own. We started to wonder if maybe it had all been in our heads. Maybe Lily's blue girl was just an imaginary friend after all, and the closet door was just a coincidence. Old houses settle, doors might not latch properly, etc. So we moved Lily back to her room. But I kept the camera running, and I installed a better lock on her closet door. 2 nights ago, I woke up around 2:30 in the morning with a strange feeling. I can't really explain it, just a sense that something was wrong. I checked the baby monitor. Dustin was sleeping soundly, but when I looked at the app for Lily's camera, the feed was just static. I immediately went to check on her. The hallway was freezing cold, much colder than the rest of the house. When I opened Lily's door, she was sitting up in bed, talking softly. "Lily," I whispered. She turned to me, and in the dim glow of her nightlight, I could see she was smiling. "The blue girl says she doesn't like the camera, Daddy." I turned on the light. Lily was alone in the room. Her closet door was still locked, but the camera I had installed was on the floor, its lens cracked. "Did you break the camera, Lily?" I asked, trying to stay calm. She shook her head. "The blue girl did it." She climbed up there and pulled it down. I checked the closet. Still locked, still empty. "Where is the blue girl now?" I asked. Lily pointed to the corner of the room near the ceiling. "She likes to be up high." I took Lily back to our room and stayed up the rest of the night, just watching her and Dustin sleep. Yesterday, I reinstalled the camera in Lily's room and added 2 more, one specifically aimed at the corner she keeps pointing to, and another overlooking her bed from a different angle. Last night, we kept Lily in our room again. Nothing unusual happened, but this morning, when I checked the footage from her empty room, I saw something that I still can't explain. At exactly 3:15 in the morning, the closet door started rattling like someone was trying to open it from the inside. This went on for about 30 seconds. Then it stopped. About a minute later, the room temperature, according to the thermostat we have in there, dropped by nearly 10 degrees in the span of 2 minutes. Then it slowly returned to normal. The cameras didn't show anything visible. No blue girl, no apparition, nothing moving around the room. Just that door rattling and the unexplained temperature drop. I don't know what to do. Maria is talking about getting the house blessed. I've been researching the history of our home, but so far haven't found anything unusual. No deaths, no tragic events, nothing that would explain a haunting. Part of me wonders if this is all just coincidence mixed with an overactive 4-year-old's imagination. But another part of me, a part that grows stronger every day, believes that something is in our house, something that's attached itself to my daughter, and I'm terrified of what might happen if we can't make it leave. Story 10. I've been driving trucks for almost 20 years now. Seen pretty much everything you can imagine on America's highways. Accidents, weird hitchhikers, crazy weather, you name it. But what happened to me back in October 2013 on Route 66, I still can't explain it. I've never really told the full story before because I know how it sounds, but I need to get this out, so I was making this long-haul delivery from Chicago to Los Angeles. Just me, my rig, and the open road, the way I like it. The trip had been pretty standard until that day. My GPS had been glitchy all afternoon, losing signal in places where it never had problems before. Annoying, but nothing I couldn't handle. I've driven cross-country enough times that I could probably do most routes with my eyes closed. Not that I would, obviously. I remember hitting that stretch of Route 66 between Tucumcari and Albuquerque around midnight. It was one of those perfect clear nights where you can see every star in the sky. No moon, though, making the road ahead seem like it was swallowed by darkness beyond my headlights. I had the radio on low, some classic rock station that was starting to break up with static. Then my GPS completely died, just went black. I tried rebooting it, but nothing. Checked my phone, no service, not a single bar. I glanced at my watch, 12:15 a.m. Not that it mattered much. I knew I just needed to stay on 66 until I hit the next town or rest stop. I'd been through here before. I remember feeling, I don't know, uneasy. There was something about the emptiness of the highway that night. Usually I enjoy the solitude, but this felt different. Like I wasn't actually alone, even though I couldn't see another soul for miles. About 20 minutes after my GPS died, my headlights caught something ahead, a figure walking on the shoulder of the road. As I got closer, I could make out that it was a man in what looked like an old-fashioned suit, something from the 40s or 50s, with a wide-brimmed hat. Even from inside my cab with the windows up, something felt off about him. I slowed down, thinking maybe he needed help. Out here in the middle of nowhere, at this time of night, you don't just ignore someone who might be stranded. But as my truck approached him, I noticed how wrong his movements were. He was walking in this stiff, mechanical way, like a wind-up toy that wasn't quite working right. His arms barely swung, and his legs moved in these precise, identical steps. I rolled down my window as I pulled alongside him. "Hey, buddy, you need a ride somewhere?" I called out. Nothing. The guy didn't even turn his head, just kept walking with that same robotic motion, staring straight ahead. I tried again, louder this time. Still nothing. That's when the real chill hit me. There was something seriously not right about this guy. I'm not proud to admit it, but every instinct was screaming at me to drive away. So I did. I rolled up my window and started to accelerate. I checked my rearview mirror as I pulled away, and that's when it happened. The man stopped walking, just stopped dead in his tracks and stood perfectly still. For the first time, it seemed like he was acknowledging my presence. Then, I swear I'm not making this up, he vanished. 1 second he was there, standing motionless on the shoulder, and the next second, gone, completely gone. There was nowhere he could have hidden, just flat desert on either side of the highway. No ditch, no brush tall enough to conceal a person, nothing. My heart was hammering in my chest. I gripped the steering wheel tighter and pushed my truck faster, trying to rationalize what I'd just seen. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe it was just a trick of the light or something. I'd gone maybe half a mile when bright headlights suddenly appeared in my rearview mirror. They weren't there before, I'm positive. The road behind me had been completely dark, but now these lights were gaining on me fast, way faster than they should have been able to. Within seconds, they were right on my tail, high beams blazing so bright they were blinding me through all 3 of my mirrors. I couldn't make out what kind of vehicle it was, just those damn lights. I sped up to 70, then 80 miles per hour. The vehicle stayed right behind me, so close that if I'd had to brake suddenly, they would have plowed right into me. I kept waiting for them to pass. The road was clear ahead, and I wasn't exactly moving slow, but they just stayed there, riding my bumper. I couldn't see a license plate or even tell what color the vehicle was because of those high beams washing everything out. Then I hit a slight curve in the road, and when I checked my mirror again, the headlights were gone. Just gone, like they'd never been there at all. I looked frantically out all my windows. Nothing on the road behind me, no tail lights disappearing into the distance, no turnoffs they could have taken. I'm certain of that. The road was empty again. By this point, I was freaking out. My hands were shaking on the wheel. I've been driving roads like these my entire adult life, and I've never experienced anything like this. I kept driving, pushing my speed as much as I dared, just wanting to reach somewhere with other people. About 20 minutes later, I spotted the lights of a gas station up ahead, one of those all-night places that cater to truckers. I pulled in so fast I nearly took out one of the pumps. There was an old guy working behind the counter, must have been in his 70s. His name tag said Earl. I was still pretty shaken up, but I tried to act casual as I paid for some coffee. "Quiet night?" I asked him. "Always is out here," he said. "You're the first customer I've had in 3 hours. I frowned. "You sure? Nobody's come through? Maybe a car with really bright headlights?" He looked at me funny. "Nope, just you. Highway's been dead tonight." He paused, studying my face. "You look like you've seen a ghost, son. Everything all right?" I didn't know what to tell him, that I'd seen a man from the 50s who vanished into thin air, that I'd been chased by a phantom car, so I just blamed it on being tired and asked if there had been any accidents reported nearby. "Not that I've heard of," Earl said. Then he leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "But you know you're not the first driver to come in here looking spooked after driving that stretch at night." "What do you mean?" I asked. Earl shrugged. "Just stories. This road's been here a long time. A lot of folks passed through over the years. Some say not all of them ever left, if you know what I mean." I didn't stick around much longer after that. I thanked him, grabbed my coffee, and got back on the road. The rest of the drive passed in a blur. I kept the radio loud and my eyes glued to the road and mirrors. I jumped at every set of headlights that appeared behind me. I finally reached Albuquerque just as dawn was breaking. I found a motel and checked in, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that man's stiff, mechanical walk, or felt those blinding headlights bearing down on me. Here's the weirdest part, though. When I finally did fall asleep for a couple hours, I had this vivid dream. I was back on that stretch of highway, but I was standing on the shoulder instead of driving. I saw my own truck approaching and I tried to wave it down, but as it got closer, I realized it wasn't me behind the wheel. It was a woman with hollow, empty eye sockets, her mouth frozen in this horrible, silent scream. She turned her head to look at me as the truck passed, and I woke up drenched in sweat. I completed my delivery to Los Angeles the next day, and nothing strange happened on the rest of the trip. But on my return journey, I took a different route. I told my dispatcher I was concerned about construction delays on 66. It was a lie, but there was no way I was driving that same stretch again, especially at night. It's been almost 9 years now. I've driven thousands of miles since then, but I've avoided that section of Route 66 whenever possible. Last year, though, I had to take it, daytime run, middle of summer. Nothing happened, no vanishing hitchhiker, no phantom car, but the whole time I felt watched, like something was waiting just beyond my field of vision. Sometimes I still have that dream about the hollow-eyed woman. Sometimes she's in my truck, sometimes she's standing on the road, but she's always watching me, and I always wake up feeling like she's followed me out of the dream. I don't know what I encountered that night, ghost, hallucination, or something else entirely. All I know is that stretch of Route 66 between Tucumcari and Albuquerque isn't just another piece of highway. There's something there, something that doesn't belong to our world. The strangest thing, about 3 months after it happened, I was at a truck stop in Oklahoma talking to this older driver. I didn't mention my experience, but he started telling me about weird things he'd seen on the road over the years. Then he described seeing a man in an old-fashioned suit walking along Route 66 at night, moving like a damn robot. Said it happened in the 80s, but his description matched exactly what I saw. I've driven over 1 million miles in my career. I've been through blizzards, tornadoes, and had more close calls than I can count. But nothing scares me like the memory of that night. Every time I get behind the wheel after dark, I find myself checking the rearview mirror more than I need to, looking for those headlights, wondering if one night they'll find me again. And sometimes, just sometimes, when I'm driving alone at night, I swear I catch a glimpse of a woman's face in my mirror, a face with nothing but dark, empty hollows where her eyes should be. She's never there when I look again, but I know she's watching, waiting. For what? I don't know. And I hope I never find out. Story 11. I've always been sensitive to things most people can't see or feel. Since I was little, I could sense energies and presences that others dismissed. My mom used to say I had an overactive imagination, but I knew it was more than that. I've lived with this awareness my whole life, learning to mostly ignore the occasional shadow or cold spot. But what's been happening in my home lately is something I can't brush off or explain away, and it's starting to seriously freak me out. My husband and I moved to Pine Haven about 8 months ago with our baby. It's a quiet neighborhood, lots of trees, good schools, all that stuff you look for when you're starting a family. The house isn't particularly old, maybe built in the early 90s. Nothing about it screamed haunted when we bought it. No creepy history, no deaths we know of. Just a normal suburban home with a nice yard and enough space for us to grow into. The first month was completely normal. We were just dealing with the usual new parent exhaustion and unpacking boxes. Then small things started happening, items not being where I left them, strange noises I could explain away as the house settling. But about a month ago, things took a turn that I can't rationalize anymore. It started when I was alone with the baby. My husband was working late, and I'd taken our little one down to the basement where I was folding laundry. He was in his bouncer, happily kicking and cooing while I sorted through what felt like our millionth load that week. That's when I heard it. Voices upstairs, not just whispers or muffled sounds, but full-on conversations. Multiple people talking. My heart nearly stopped. I snatched up my baby and held him close, frantically looking around for something I could use as a weapon. My phone was upstairs and I was trapped in the basement with what sounded like several intruders in my house. The voices were so clear, like a group of people having an animated discussion in my living room. I stood frozen at the bottom of the stairs for what felt like forever, trying to work up the courage to go up and confront whatever was happening. Finally, clutching my baby with one arm and a heavy flashlight in the other, I crept up the stairs as quietly as possible. When I reached the top and peered around the corner into the living room, There was nobody there. The house was completely empty, but the TV was on. It was playing some talk show on a streaming app we never use. The remote was sitting undisturbed on the kitchen island, exactly where it had been when I went downstairs. I hadn't turned the TV on before going to the basement, and even if I had, it wouldn't have been on that app. I checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked from the inside. No signs of a break-in, nothing disturbed. I called my husband in a panic and he came home early, but of course by then everything seemed normal. He suggested I must have turned on the TV and forgotten, or maybe hit a button on the remote accidentally before heading downstairs. But I know I didn't. I tried to forget about it. But 2 weeks later my dad came to visit from out of state. He was staying in our guest room, and my brother drove up to see him while he was in town. On the second night of his visit, my brother was in the guest bathroom brushing his teeth while my dad was in the bedroom unpacking. Suddenly, my brother came running out, toothbrush still in his mouth, foam everywhere, looking completely freaked out. He said my dad's water flosser, which had been sitting on the counter, had suddenly turned on by itself. Nobody was near it. It just activated, water spraying everywhere. My dad checked it, thinking maybe it had a short circuit or something. But it worked perfectly normal when he tested it. My brother refused to go back in that bathroom alone for the rest of his visit. My mom came to visit the following week. She's always been skeptical about my sensitivities, so I hadn't told her about the strange occurrences. On her second night, she woke me up around 3:30 or 4 in the morning, standing in my bedroom doorway looking pale and unsettled. "Something's in the guest room," she said. I asked her what she meant, and she explained that she'd woken up feeling like someone was watching her. As she lay there, trying to convince herself it was nothing, the ceiling light suddenly turned on by itself, not flickered, turned fully on. The switch is by the door, a good 10 feet from the bed. She said she felt a cold pressure on the bed beside her, like someone sitting down, before she got up and came to our room. I went back to the guest room with her, and of course, everything seemed normal. The light was on, but there was no one there, no drafts, no open windows, nothing that could explain it. My mom slept on the couch for the rest of her visit. After my parents left, things escalated. I was home alone with the baby again yesterday. He was taking his afternoon nap, and I decided to use the time to reorganize our pantry. I was reaching for some canned goods on the top shelf when I felt it. Something brushed past me in the narrow hallway outside the pantry. Not just a feeling of being watched, but an actual physical sensation, like someone rushing by in a hurry. The hallway light flickered as it happened, and I froze, can still in my hand. That's when I heard my baby's walker toy in the living room start to make sounds. Not just random noises, specifically the toy phone was ringing, like when you press the button to make it ring. But the toy had been turned off. I specifically remember turning it off after his morning playtime. I rushed to the living room and the toy stopped as soon as I entered. My baby was still asleep in his crib upstairs. I could see him on the monitor. The toy was just sitting there powered off, but I swear I heard it ringing. Last night, after my husband went to bed, I decided I needed to do something. I'm not particularly religious, but I've learned some cleansing techniques over the years. I lit some Palo Santo and went through the house, focusing on releasing negative energies and asking anything that didn't belong here to leave. The whole time, I felt like I was being watched, like something was following me from room to room. When I finished, I stood in the living room, holding my baby who had woken up and wouldn't settle back to sleep. On an impulse, I spoke out loud to whatever might be there. If you need to communicate with me, if there's something you need to tell me, show me a sign. Change the TV if you're here. I swear on everything I love, the TV immediately turned off. Not changed channels, turned completely off. The remote was on the counter several feet away, and both my hands were full with the baby. My husband was upstairs, sound asleep. There's no timer on our TV that would make it shut off automatically. I nearly dropped my baby. I was so shocked. I ran upstairs and woke my husband, babbling about what had happened. He checked the house, looked at the TV, examined the remote. Everything seemed normal. He thinks I'm losing it from sleep deprivation, that maybe I hit the remote without realizing it, or that the TV has some energy-saving feature we don't know about. But I know what happened. Something is in our house and it's getting bolder. I've ruled out carbon monoxide. We had detectors installed when we moved in, and I had a professional come check yesterday just to be sure. Everything's normal on that front. The electrical system is new. The wiring is good. There's no rational explanation for what's happening. What scares me most is that it's not just affecting me anymore. My family members have experienced it too. Whatever this is, it's growing stronger, more capable of manipulating physical objects, and it seems to be particularly active when I'm alone with the baby. I don't know what to do. Moving isn't an option right now. We just bought this place, and with the current market, we'd lose a fortune. Plus, who's to say whatever this is wouldn't follow us? I've read that some entities attach themselves to people, not places. My husband thinks I need to see someone, maybe talk to a therapist about postpartum anxiety, but I know what I've experienced is real. The TV turning off immediately after I asked for a sign wasn't a coincidence. The toy activating itself wasn't my imagination. The voices I heard weren't just a show playing that I forgot about. Something is trying to get our attention, and I'm terrified to find out why. What does it want with us, with my baby? I haven't slept properly in weeks. Every noise, every shadow has me on edge. I keep the lights on all night now. I'm writing this as my husband and baby sleep upstairs. I can't shake the feeling that something is reading over my shoulder as I type. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has advice, please help. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Story 12. I've been holding this in for too long. I need to write it down, even if no one believes me. I still don't understand what happened that day, and honestly, I don't think I want to. It was just a normal Tuesday last October. I was lounging around my apartment in Subice, scrolling through my phone, when my Aunt Magda called. Nothing unusual about that. She often calls to catch up or ask small favors since I moved back to our hometown after university. Adam, are you busy right now? She sounded stressed, which wasn't like her. No, just relaxing. What's up? Can you watch the shop for a few hours? I need to pick up David and his friends. They're stranded near the old bunker and need a ride. For context, my aunt runs this small cigarette shop in town. You know, one of those little kiosks where locals buy cigarettes, lottery tickets, and basic necessities. Her boyfriend David is this laid-back guy from the next town over. He's into hunting, military history, all that stuff. I'd met his friends Frank and Jen a few times at barbecues. Normal people. Sure, I can be there in 15 minutes, I told her. When I got to the shop, Aunt Magda was already grabbing her keys, looking worried. Thanks, Adam. I shouldn't be more than 2 hours. They went shooting at that old bunker on Wazgurza Hill, and something's wrong with their car. David sounded off. She hesitated. Scared, actually. I nodded, not thinking much of it. People get stranded with car trouble all the time. No problem. Go get them. The next few hours were completely normal. I sold cigarettes, made small talk with the regulars, checked my phone between customers. Around 7 in the evening, I heard my aunt's car pull up. Through the shop window, I could see 4 people getting out, my aunt, David, and his 2 friends. Something was immediately wrong. David, this big guy who's usually joking around, looked like he'd seen a ghost. Frank wouldn't make eye contact with anyone, and Jen was hugging herself like she was freezing, even though it was a mild evening. My aunt looked confused and concerned as she ushered them inside. The bell above the door jingled as they entered. The small shop suddenly felt crowded with the 5 of us. Hey, everything okay? I asked, standing up from behind the counter. No one answered immediately. David ran his hand through his hair, leaving it sticking up in weird angles. Frank leaned against the cigarette display, eyes fixed on the floor. Jen went straight to the back corner of the shop, as far from the windows as possible. Car trouble? I prompted, trying to break the uncomfortable silence. David let out a humorless laugh. You could say that. My aunt looked at me and shrugged slightly. They haven't really explained what happened, just that they needed a ride. Because it doesn't make any sense, David finally said. None of it makes any sense. Frank spoke up without looking at any of us. Let's not talk about it. No, David said firmly. I need to tell someone or I'll lose my mind trying to understand it. Jen remained silent in her corner, but I noticed her hands were trembling. David took a deep breath. We went to that old World War II bunker on Wuzgur's Hill. You know the one. That concrete box from the 40s that's all covered in graffiti now. We've been there dozens of times before to shoot air rifles. I nodded. Everyone in town knew that spot. Teenagers hung out there. People went to shoot air guns at cans. Couples used it as a makeout spot. Nothing special or scary about it. Just an abandoned concrete structure on a wooded hill overlooking town. We got there around 2 o'clock, David continued. Parked at the base of the hill, hiked up with our gear. Normal day, perfect weather. We climbed up onto the roof. It's only about 1.5 meters high, and spent a couple hours shooting at rocks and cans. He paused, glancing at Frank and Jen as if checking whether they wanted to add anything. They remained silent. Around 4:30, we decided to pack up and head back. We climbed down from the roof, gathered our stuff, and started walking back to the car. That's when things got... He trailed off, searching for words. Wrong. Just wrong. My aunt placed her hand on his arm. What do you mean, wrong? David swallowed hard. When we got to the car, there were brick walls around each wheel, like perfectly constructed brick walls about 30 centimeters high, surrounding each tire. I couldn't help but interrupt. Wait, what? Like someone built brick walls while you were shooting? That's what we thought at first, David nodded. We figured it was some stupid prank. But the mortar between the bricks was completely dry. And who carries bricks and mortar up a hill just for a prank? Plus, we would have heard someone doing construction right by our car. Frank finally looked up. We were only 30 meters away from the car the whole time. We would have noticed someone building anything. It's not possible, Jen said quietly from her corner. They were the first words she'd spoken since arriving. David continued. Anyway, we were annoyed but figured we'd just knock down enough bricks to get the car out. Jen had a small crowbar in her backpack. For protection, Jen interjected softly. I always carry it hiking. Right, so she started smashing the bricks. Took about 20 minutes to clear enough space that we thought we could drive out. But then the car wouldn't start, Frank added, his voice hollow. David nodded. Turned the key. Nothing, not even a click. Batteries seemed completely dead, which made no sense because the car was fine that morning. Did you call for roadside assistance? I asked. No signal on the hill, David said. We had to walk down to the road to get reception. That's when we called Marek. Marek Nowak? I asked. The mechanic. Yeah, he's an old friend. Figured he could help. He said he'd come with his tow truck. David was speaking faster now, like he needed to get the story out. We waited by the car for about half an hour. Then Marek called back saying he was at the bottom of the hill, asking exactly where we were parked. David's hands were shaking slightly as he continued. I told him to just drive up the dirt road and he'd see us. He said he was on his way, and then he started screaming. A chill ran down my spine. Screaming about what? My aunt asked. He said something was running out of the woods toward our car. He kept yelling, "Don't you see it? Don't you see it coming?" But we were looking in all directions and there was nothing there. Absolutely nothing. Frank nodded grimly. We couldn't see anything moving in the woods. Not a person, not an animal. Nothing. Marek was completely panicking, David continued. He was screaming through the phone, "It's running right at you. Get out of there." And then the call just ended. He hung up on you? I asked. Or something cut the connection, Jen murmured. We tried calling back, but it went straight to voicemail, David said. That's when we really started to get scared. We were stranded with this weird brick thing that shouldn't exist. A dead car, and now our rescue was apparently seeing something coming for us that we couldn't see. The shop was completely silent. Even the usual street noise seemed to have disappeared. We just sat in the car, doors locked, trying to figure out what to do, David said. And that's when. He looked at Frank and Jen, who both stared back with wide eyes. That's when something knocked on my window, David finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. Knocked? My aunt repeated. 3 distinct knocks, like with something metal, not a hand. David demonstrated the rhythm on the counter. Tap, tap, tap. Did you see what it was? I asked, feeling my heartbeat picking up. David shook his head. There was nothing there, nothing I could see. Just 3 knocks, and then silence. That's when I called you, Frank said to my aunt. David was too freaked out to talk. My aunt nodded. You just said you needed a ride from the bunker, that the car broke down. You didn't mention any of this. Would you have believed us over the phone? Frank asked. The shop fell silent again. I didn't know what to say. It sounded like a prank or maybe a misunderstanding, but the genuine fear in their eyes was undeniable. What happened when you got there? I asked my aunt. Nothing unusual, she said. The car was just parked there. No brick walls or anything. David's head snapped up. What? There were no brick walls when I got there, my aunt repeated. Just your car parked on the dirt road. That's impossible, Jen said, her voice cracking. We couldn't have hallucinated the same thing. And what about the car not starting? Frank demanded. How do you explain that? My aunt shrugged helplessly. When I got there, you 3 were sitting inside with the doors locked. The car looked fine, but you all looked terrified. I assumed it wouldn't start, and that's why you called. Did you try the ignition after we got out? David asked. No, we just left it there. I figured we'd deal with it tomorrow in daylight. David ran both hands through his hair again. This makes no sense. The bricks were there. The car wouldn't start. Marek was screaming about something coming for us. Something knocked on my window. And Marek? I asked. Have you heard from him? David pulled out his phone and checked it. Nothing. Still goes straight to voicemail. An uncomfortable feeling settled in my stomach. Either they were playing an elaborate prank, or something truly inexplicable had happened to them. Maybe we should call the police, my aunt suggested. And tell them what? Frank laughed bitterly. That we saw magic disappearing bricks? That our friend saw an invisible monster? That we heard knocking from nothing? He had a point. It sounded crazy, saying it out loud. I'm going home, Jen suddenly announced, pushing away from the wall she'd been leaning against. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Frank nodded. I'll walk you. David looked torn, but eventually sighed. Yeah, maybe we all just need some sleep. We can check on the car tomorrow. They left shortly after that, still visibly shaken. My aunt closed up the shop, and I helped her with the final tasks before heading back to my apartment. The next day, Marek Nowak's tow truck was found abandoned at the bottom of the hill leading to the bunker. Marek himself turned up at his sister's house 3 towns over, refusing to explain why he'd left his truck or what had happened. 2 weeks later, he sold his business and moved away. David, Frank, and Jen retrieved the car the next morning. It started on the first try. There were no brick walls, no sign that anything unusual had happened. Frank and Jen never spoke about that day again, like literally refused to acknowledge it if anyone brought it up. David would only say they'd had a weird experience and change the subject. I've driven past that bunker several times since then. It looks completely ordinary. I've never stopped though, and I never will. Sometimes I lie awake wondering what really happened on that hill. What did Marek see running through the woods? What made those knocks on the window? And those brick walls, how could they just disappear? The weirdest part. Last week I was at my aunt's place for dinner, and she mentioned that the bunker had been demolished back in the early 2000s. According to official records, it hasn't existed for over 20 years. Story 13. I've always considered myself an open-minded skeptic. I believe there are things in this world we can't explain, but I need more than just someone's word to believe in ghosts or the paranormal. That was until about 7 months ago, when something happened that I still can't explain. I'd been dating Melissa for about 2 months. She lived in this quaint two-story house in the suburbs. Nothing special, just a typical family home built in the 90s with an open floor plan. Her teenage son, Tyler, lived with her, but he was usually holed up in his room playing video games whenever I came over. That particular night was in late October. The weather had just started to turn, and it was getting dark earlier. I remember it was a Friday because I'd had a rough week at work and was looking forward to just relaxing with Melissa. I arrived at her place around 7 in the evening with a bottle of wine and some takeout. We settled in her living room after dinner. It had these French doors that led out to the back garden, but since it was completely dark outside and all the lights were on inside, all you could see in the glass was the reflection of the room. The layout of her house meant you could see into the kitchen from where we were sitting, both directly and in the reflection of those doors. We were having a great conversation, just chilling on her sofa with some music playing softly in the background. Melissa had lit a few candles, and we were on our second glass of wine when the conversation shifted to something about her visit to a medium a few weeks back. I remember raising my eyebrow a bit. Like I said, I'm skeptical about that stuff. "You don't believe in any of it, do you?" she asked, noticing my expression. I shrugged. I don't disbelieve necessarily. I just think a lot of those mediums are good at reading people and telling them what they want to hear. She nodded, not offended. I used to think the same, but there are things she knew that she couldn't possibly have known otherwise. As she started telling me about her experience, I began hearing noises coming from the kitchen. At first, it was just subtle sounds, like silverware being moved around or plates being shifted. I figured maybe Tyler had come downstairs to grab a snack, so I didn't mention it. But then the noises became more distinct. I could hear what sounded like someone shuffling around, followed by heavy footsteps. The weird thing was, Melissa didn't seem to react at all. She just kept talking about her medium experience, completely unfazed. I glanced toward the kitchen doorway, but couldn't see anyone there from my angle. "Is Tyler up?" I finally asked, interrupting her. Melissa looked confused. "No, he's been asleep for at least an hour. Why?" "I thought I heard someone in the kitchen." She shook her head. "It's probably just the house settling. This place makes all kinds of weird noises at night." I nodded, trying to brush it off, but then I noticed something in the reflection of the French doors. There was movement in the kitchen, not just random shadows, but what looked like a person. I turned to look directly at the kitchen, but saw nothing. When I looked back at the reflection, there it was again. I kept watching, trying not to be obvious about it, and that's when I saw him for the first time. A tall, balding man who poked his head around the doorframe, looking into the living room where we were sitting. He stared for a moment, then withdrew back into the kitchen. My heart started racing, but weirdly, I wasn't afraid. It didn't feel threatening. If anything, it felt curious, like someone who was interested in our conversation but didn't want to interrupt. I cleared my throat. "Melissa, are you sure nobody else is home?" She looked at me strangely. "Just us and Tyler upstairs." "Why? Are you still hearing things?" I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy. "It's nothing," I said, taking another sip of wine. But it wasn't nothing. Over the next hour, this man appeared in the reflection at least 5 or 6 more times. Each time he would peer around the door frame, listen to our conversation for a bit, and then disappear back into the kitchen. He was tall, maybe 6'2", with a bald spot on the top of his head and what looked like gray hair around the sides. He wore what seemed to be a plaid shirt, though I couldn't make out the colors clearly in the reflection. The whole time, Melissa noticed nothing. She couldn't hear the footsteps or the occasional sounds of things being moved in the kitchen. She couldn't see the man in the reflection who was clearly interested in our conversation. What struck me most was how normal it all felt. Despite knowing that there was a stranger in the house, or at least the appearance of one, I didn't feel the urge to grab Melissa and run. It wasn't like the horror movies where you immediately feel dread. It was more like when you're having a conversation at a party and notice someone eavesdropping. Annoying, maybe, but not scary. At one point, I excused myself to use the bathroom, which meant walking past the kitchen. I took a deep breath before getting up, not sure what I would find. The kitchen was completely empty. No sign that anyone had been there, no moved items, nothing out of place. I even checked the back door, locked and secured. When I returned to the living room, I glanced at the French doors again. There he was in the reflection, watching me from the kitchen doorway. This time I could have sworn he nodded slightly at me before disappearing again. I sat back down next to Melissa, my mind racing. "Do you believe in ghosts?" I asked abruptly. She laughed a little. "That's a random question. But yeah, I guess I do." "Why?" I shook my head. "Just thinking about what you said about the medium. We stayed up until around midnight, and the man appeared a few more times, always in the same way, peering around the doorframe, watching, listening, and then withdrawing. Always in the reflection, never when I looked directly at the kitchen. When I left that night, I was honestly shaken. I kept trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was the wine, or the shadows playing tricks, or my mind being suggestible after all that talk about mediums. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real, or at least it felt real to me. I didn't bring it up again for a while. Melissa and I continued dating, and I visited her house several more times. I never saw the man again, though I found myself constantly glancing at the reflection in those French doors, half expecting to see him watching us. Then, about 6 weeks after that night, we were again sitting in her living room. This time she was showing me some old family photos she'd found while cleaning out a closet. "This is my grandfather," she said, pointing to a photo of an older man standing next to a classic car. "He passed away when I was in college. We were really close. I felt the blood drain from my face as I stared at the photo. The man in the picture, her grandfather, was unmistakably the same man I'd seen watching us from the kitchen. The same tall frame, the same baldness pattern, even the same plaid shirt he often wore, according to Melissa. My hands were shaking as I held the photo. "Your grandfather, what was he like as a person?" Melissa smiled fondly. "Oh, he was the best, funny, caring. But he was also incredibly nosy. My grandmother always said he couldn't stand not knowing what was going on in everyone's business. He used to listen in on my phone calls as a teenager, claiming he was just walking by the whole time." I swallowed hard. "And you said you visited a medium, right? What did they tell you?" "Among other things, she said my family members are always around me, watching over me, especially my grandfather." She laughed. "She actually said he's still keeping tabs on everything I do, which sounds exactly like him." I took a deep breath. "Melissa, I need to tell you something, and it's going to sound crazy." I told her everything about that night, the noises, the figure in the reflection, how he kept peeking around the corner like he was eavesdropping on our conversation. As I described him, her eyes grew wider. That's exactly how he used to check on us when I was a kid," she whispered. "He would never just walk into a room. He always peeked around the doorframe first, like he was checking if it was okay to come in." We sat in silence for a moment, both processing what this meant. "Why didn't you say anything that night?" she finally asked. "Would you have believed me?" I barely believed it myself. She shook her head slowly. "Probably not. The weirdest part of all this, I don't feel scared looking back on it. If anything, I feel like I was given a rare glimpse into something most people never get to experience. I'm still a skeptic about most paranormal claims, but I can't explain away what happened that night. I've been back to Melissa's house many times since, and I've never seen her grandfather again. But sometimes when we're sitting in that living room, I'll hear what sounds like footsteps in the kitchen or the subtle movement of objects. And now, instead of being freaked out, I just glance toward the kitchen doorway and give a little nod, acknowledging his presence. Because if there's one thing I've learned, it's that sometimes the dead are just as nosy as they were in life. And maybe, just maybe, they're just checking in to make sure we're doing okay." Story 14. I still don't sleep much these days. It's been 3 months since that night in Nebraska, and I've spent most nights since then just staring at the ceiling, afraid to close my eyes. The doctors say it's PTSD, but how can I explain what really happened? No one would believe me. Hell, I barely believe it myself. And I lived through it. But I need to get this off my chest, so here goes. It was supposed to be the road trip of a lifetime. Me, Greg, and Sarah had been planning it for almost a year. New York to California, seeing all the tourist traps and weird roadside attractions along the way. We'd been friends since college, and with Sarah moving to San Francisco for a new job, we figured this was our last chance for a big adventure together. We were 5 days into the trip when everything went to shit. We'd made it through Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and Iowa without any problems. Greg was doing most of the driving in his old Toyota 4Runner, reliable as hell but nothing fancy. Sarah was our navigator and playlist curator. I was in charge of snacks and keeping everyone entertained. The dynamic worked. That day, we crossed into Nebraska late in the afternoon. I remember noticing how the landscape changed, flatter, emptier, with these vast stretches of nothing that made me feel small. The sun was setting, painting everything in this eerie orange glow. That's when I first felt something was off. "Does it feel weirdly quiet to anyone else?" I asked. Greg glanced at me in the rearview mirror. "It's Nebraska, dude. What were you expecting?" But it wasn't normal quiet. It was like a pressure on my eardrums, like being underwater. Even Sarah, who'd been scrolling through her phone, looked up and frowned. "Maybe a storm's coming," she suggested, checking the weather app. "Nope, clear skies all night." We kept driving as darkness fell. Our plan was to reach North Platte before stopping for the night, but we were behind schedule. Around 2 in the morning, the gas gauge was hovering near empty, and we were all getting cranky. "There." Sarah pointed to a small light in the distance. "Gas station." It was one of those old-school places, a single building with 2 pumps out front. The sign just said "Gas" in flickering neon. No brand name, nothing. Greg pulled up to the pump, and I went inside to pay while he filled the tank. The inside was dingy, lit by harsh fluorescent lights that made everything look sickly. Behind the counter was this old guy, maybe 65, with a face like crumpled paper. He was just staring at me when I walked in, not saying a word. Pump 2, please," I said, sliding my credit card across the counter. He kept staring, then slowly reached for the card. "Where you folks headed?" "California. Taking the scenic route." He nodded, running my card. "You planning on taking Route 87 up ahead?" I had no idea what our route was. That was Sarah's department. But I just shrugged. "Probably." The old man handed back my card and leaned forward. "Don't take the interstate instead." "Why's that?" "Route 87's closed." He paused. "Maintenance." I thanked him and headed back to the car, where Greg had finished filling up. Sarah was studying the map on her phone. "The guy said Route 87 is closed," I told her as I climbed into the back seat. Sarah frowned. "That's weird. The app doesn't show any closures." She zoomed in on her screen. "And it's the fastest way to where we're headed. Otherwise, we have to go north for almost an hour before cutting back west." Greg yawned, stretching his arms above his head. "What do you guys want to do? I'm beat." "Let's just take 87, Sarah decided. "If it's closed, we'll turn around. No big deal." So we pulled back onto the highway. About 15 minutes later, we came to the turnoff for Route 87. There was no road closed sign, no barriers, nothing indicating we shouldn't go that way. "See? That old dude was full of shit," Greg said, turning onto the road. Route 87 was narrower than the highway we'd been on, just 2 lanes cutting through flat, empty land. The moonlight made everything look silver and strange. Our headlights were the only source of illumination for miles around. We drove for about an hour, not passing a single car. The radio started to get staticky, jumping between stations before cutting out entirely. Sarah tried to pull up our location on her phone. "That's weird," she muttered. "No signal." "We're in the middle of nowhere," Greg said. Not surprising, but I was getting uneasy. The road seemed to stretch on forever, with no signs, no mile markers, nothing to indicate where we were, and that silence was getting worse, pressing in on us from all sides. It was around 4 in the morning when we saw him, a man standing on the side of the road, thumb out like he was hitchhiking. He was wearing what looked like tattered clothes, his hair wild. Holy shit. Greg slammed on the brakes. Where the hell did he come from? We all stared at the man. There was nowhere he could have come from. No car, no buildings, just empty plains for miles. Don't stop, I said immediately. This is some horror movie shit. But Greg had already brought the car to a halt a few yards past the man. We can't just leave someone out here. He could die. Before I could argue further, Greg rolled down his window as the man approached. Up close, he looked even stranger. His clothes weren't just tattered, they looked like they were from another time period entirely. And his face, there was something wrong with it. Like the features didn't quite fit together, right? "You're on the wrong road," the man said without preamble. His voice was raspy, like he hadn't spoken in years. Sarah leaned across Greg. "What do you mean? Is Route 87 closed?" The man's eyes fixed on her, and I swear to God they looked completely black in the dashboard light. "You can't go back," he said, "only forward." Greg laughed nervously. "Okay, man. Do you need a ride somewhere?" The man stepped back from the car. "You can't go back, only forward." Then he turned and started walking away, not along the road but straight out into the dark field beside it. "What the actual fuck?" I whispered as Greg rolled up the window. "Let's get out of here," Sarah said, her voice tight. That guy was on something. Greg hit the gas and we sped off, all of us glancing in the mirrors to watch the man disappear into the darkness. But he was already gone, like he'd never been there at all. We drove in silence for a while, all too freaked out to talk about what had just happened. The sky was starting to lighten slightly. Not dawn yet, but that deep blue that comes before sunrise. That's when we saw the town up ahead, just a small collection of buildings along the road. The sign said, "Welcome to Linden," as we passed it. "Thank God," Greg sighed. "Maybe we can find somewhere to grab a coffee and figure out where the hell we are." But as we drove into Linden, something felt wrong. The buildings looked abandoned. No lights, no movement, no cars parked along the street. Just empty storefronts with faded signs. We rolled slowly down the main street, all of us staring out the windows. "This place looks like it's been deserted for years," Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper. Greg pulled over in front of what used to be a diner. "Let me check the GPS again." He tapped at his phone. Still no signal. "This doesn't make sense." "Let's just keep going," I urged. "This place is giving me the creeps." Greg nodded and put the car back in drive. We continued through the town and back onto Route 87. The sun was starting to come up now, casting long shadows across the road. We drove for another 30 minutes before Sarah gasped, pointing ahead. "Is that—" It was the "Welcome to Linden" sign, the exact same one we'd passed before. "That's impossible," Greg muttered, slowing down. "We've been driving straight this whole time." We entered the town again, the same abandoned buildings, the same eerie emptiness. Greg stepped on the gas, driving faster this time, like he could outrun whatever was happening. We exited Linden and kept driving for what felt like an hour. No one spoke. We were all just watching the road, hearts pounding. Then, in the distance, the sign appeared again. "Welcome to Linden." "No, no, no," Sarah was saying over and over. "This isn't possible." Greg jerked the wheel, making a sharp U-turn. "We're going back. We must have gotten turned around somehow." We drove in the opposite direction, faster now, Greg's knuckles white on the steering wheel. But after 20 minutes, there it was again, the town of Linden, waiting for us. That's when I noticed something terrifying. My watch said it was 10 in the morning, but Greg's dashboard clock said it was still 4:13 a.m., and Sarah's phone, despite having no signal, displayed 6:32 p.m. "Guys," I said, my voice shaking, "what time is it?" We compared our devices, all showing different times, and that's when we realized time wasn't working right here. Whatever this place was, it wasn't normal. Greg stopped the car in the middle of the empty street. "We need to figure this out. Let's check one of these buildings, see if we can find anyone." "Are you insane?" I snapped. "We need to get the hell out of here." "We've tried that. Greg shouted back. 3 times. We keep ending up back here. Sarah, always the peacemaker, put her hand on Greg's arm. Let's just try one more direction. If we end up back here again, then we'll stop and think. So we tried again, this time turning off the main road onto a smaller side street. We followed it out of town, watching carefully for any signs or landmarks. The road led us through some trees, then across a small bridge over a dry creek bed. And then, welcome to Linden. Greg slammed his hands against the steering wheel. Fuck. We sat there in silence, the reality of our situation sinking in. We couldn't leave. For whatever reason, every road led back to this abandoned town. The gas tank, Sarah suddenly said. How much do we have left? Greg checked the gauge. It was almost empty. What happens when we run out? I asked, not really wanting to know the answer. No one responded. We all knew what it meant. We'd be stranded here, in this place where time didn't work right, where roads looped back on themselves impossibly. Greg decided to drive to the center of town and park, preserving what little gas we had left. We sat there, trying our phones again and again, hoping for a signal that never came. That man, Sarah said after a while, the one on the road, he said we couldn't go back. Only forward, I finished. We looked at each other, a new kind of fear dawning. What the hell does that mean? Greg asked. Before anyone could answer, the car radio suddenly turned on by itself, blaring static that made us all jump. Greg reached to turn it off, but before he could, a voice came through the static, the same raspy voice from the man on the road. You can't go back. You can only go forward. Then the static cleared, and for a brief moment we heard normal radio, a weather report for Nebraska saying it was a clear day in June, but that was impossible. It was September. The radio went dead, and so did the engine. Just like that, the Forerunner shut off completely. Greg tried to restart it, but nothing happened. Not even a click. We have to get out, Sarah said, her voice surprisingly calm. We have to walk. None of us wanted to leave the safety of the car, but we knew she was right. We grabbed our backpacks, filled water bottles, and stepped out onto the empty street. The air felt wrong against my skin, too cold and too warm at the same time. The sun was directly overhead now, but it gave off a pale, weak light that didn't seem to cast proper shadows. We started walking down the main street, looking for, well, I don't know what we were looking for. Help, answers, a way out. That's when we noticed the buildings were changing, not dramatically but subtly. A storefront that had been a hardware store was now a butcher shop. A cafe became a bookstore. It was like the town was shifting around us. Do you see that? I asked, pointing to a building across the street that I swear had been a boarded-up bank just minutes before. Now it looked like a functioning post office. Sarah and Greg nodded, both pale with fear. We need to get inside somewhere, Greg said. Figure this out. We chose what looked like a diner, at least for now, and tried the door. It opened with a jingle of bells that sounded too cheerful for our situation. Inside, everything was perfectly preserved, like someone had just stepped out for a minute. Coffee mugs sat on the counter, some still half full. A newspaper was spread open on one table, dated June 6, 1972. Guys, Sarah picked up the paper with trembling hands. This is from 50 years ago. Before we could process that, we heard it, the sound of a car engine outside. We rushed to the window just in time to see a familiar Toyota 4Runner drive slowly past the diner. Inside were 3 people who looked exactly like us. I can't explain what happened next or how we ended up here. All I know is that the road took us that night, swallowed us whole. Sometimes I think we're still driving, still trying to find our way out of Linden. Other times, I think we became part of it, just another loop in its endless pattern. I don't know how I'm able to write this now, or who will read it. Maybe this is just another version of moving forward, like the man said. All I know is that if you're ever driving through Nebraska and come across Route 87, please, for the love of God, don't take it. Because you can't go back. You can only go forward. Story 15. I've been in law enforcement for 15 years. You see a lot of things wearing this badge. Some you can explain, some you can't. But what happened that night on Red Hollow Road, I still can't talk about it with my colleagues. They'd think I'd lost my mind. Maybe I have. It was a misty October night, about 11:30, when dispatch called in at 10 to 50 on Red Hollow Road. For those who don't know police code, that's a vehicle accident. I was closest, so I took it. Honestly, I didn't think much of it at the time. Probably just someone taking that sharp bend too fast, especially with the fog rolling in thick. Red Hollow Road has a reputation around here. Most of the locals avoid it if they can, especially after dark. There are stories going back decades, disappearances, strange lights, voices in the woods. I always brushed it off as small-town superstition. I'm not laughing anymore. When I pulled up to the scene, my headlights caught the reflection of hazard lights blinking from down in the ditch. A Chevy had gone off the road and flipped onto its side. Standard procedure. I called it in, requested an ambulance as precaution, then approached the vehicle. The first thing that struck me as odd was the silence, just the tick-tick-tick of the cooling engine and those rhythmic hazard lights cutting through the mist. The driver's side door was hanging off its hinges, which isn't unusual in a rollover. I shined my flashlight inside, expecting to find someone injured, but there was nobody, just a mess of scattered papers, a purse, some broken glass and blood. Not a huge amount, but enough to indicate someone was hurt. I checked the registration in the glove box. The car belonged to a Melissa Harmon, 34, with an address about 20 miles away in Oak Ridge. I radioed in the information while scanning the area with my flashlight. That's when I noticed something that made my skin crawl. Drag marks, leading from the driver's side door into the woods. Not someone walking away from an accident, someone or something being dragged. I followed protocol and announced myself, called out Melissa's name several times. Only the echo of my voice came back. The fog had gotten thicker, seeming to swallow my flashlight beam after about 15 feet. I notified dispatch I was going to search the immediate area for the driver, who might be injured and disoriented. That's when I found it a woman's shoe, a simple flat, partially buried in the mud at the edge of the woods, right at the start of those drag marks. I've been on hundreds of accident scenes. People don't just vanish. They might wander a short distance if they're concussed, but they leave footprints, broken branches. This was different. The marks on the ground were smooth, continuous, like someone had been pulled. I should have waited for backup. That's what the manual says. But if someone was hurt out there, minutes could mean the difference between life and death. So I drew my weapon and followed the trail into the woods. The temperature seemed to drop the moment I stepped past the tree line. The mist curled around my ankles, so thick I could barely make out where I was stepping. The drag marks continued, cutting a clear path through the undergrowth. No footprints alongside them, just that single, continuous impression. The woods around Red Hollow aren't particularly dense, but that night they seemed to close in around me. My flashlight barely penetrated the fog, and sounds were muffled. I couldn't even hear the occasional car on the highway anymore, though I couldn't have gone more than 100 yards in. After about 5 minutes of careful tracking, I reached a small clearing where the trees thinned out. The fog wasn't as dense here, and moonlight filtered down, casting everything in a pale blue glow. That's where I found her. She was lying face down in the center of the clearing, blonde hair splayed out, wearing what must have been a light blue dress, now torn and covered in mud, one shoe missing. Her legs were twisted at angles no living person should be, but I could see the slight movement of her back. She was breathing. I approached carefully, holstering my weapon and crouching beside her. "Mom, Melissa, can you hear me? I'm Officer Reed. Help is coming." When I gently turned her over, my stomach dropped. Her face was pale as the moonlight, with dark blood trickling from her hairline and nose. Her eyes were open, glassy, but still alive, still seeing. It was definitely the woman from the driver's license photo, Melissa Harmon. Her lips moved, trying to form words, but only a raspy wheeze came out. I leaned closer, telling her to save her strength, that an ambulance was on the way. I was already reaching for my radio to update dispatch on our location when her eyes suddenly widened, focusing on something behind me. Pure terror. I've seen fear in people's eyes before, during arrests, at accident scenes, domestic disputes. This was different. This was primal, absolute horror. I spun around, drawing my weapon in one fluid motion, expecting to see someone standing there. But there was nothing. Just swirling mist at the edge of the clearing, dancing between the trees. When I turned back to Melissa, she wasn't breathing anymore. Her eyes were still open, fixed on that spot behind me, but the life had gone out of them. I checked for a pulse, started CPR, kept at it until my backup arrived with the paramedics about 15 minutes later. But I knew she was gone the moment I turned back to her. What happened next still doesn't make sense. The investigation team found no footprints in the clearing except mine, no tire tracks on the nearby service road, no signs of any other vehicle involved in the accident. The drag marks I had so clearly seen leading from the car. The official report mentioned only inconsistent ground disturbances, possibly caused by the victim's disoriented wandering. The medical examiner ruled cause of death as internal injuries consistent with the car accident. The official theory became that Melissa had survived the initial crash, wandered into the woods in a confused state due to head trauma, and collapsed where I found her. But that doesn't explain the drag marks. It doesn't explain how she got that deep into the woods with the injuries she had. It definitely doesn't explain the terror in her eyes when she looked past me. I requested all the files on previous incidents on Red Hollow Road. There have been 17 accidents on that same stretch in the past 20 years. 7 of them involved missing drivers who were later found in those woods, all ruled as accident victims who wandered off disoriented, all found in the same small clearing. I've requested a transfer to another district. I can't drive down Red Hollow Road anymore. Every time I do, I feel watched. Sometimes I think I see something moving just at the edge of my vision, always in the mist, always gone when I turn to look directly at it. The nightmares started about a week after that night, always the same. I'm back in that clearing, leaning over Melissa. But this time, when she looks past me in terror, I don't turn around. Instead, she grabs my wrist with surprising strength and pulls me closer. Her mouth opens, and she speaks in this dry, rasping voice. It collects us. It's patient. It's been here forever. Then I feel something cold brush against the back of my neck. That's when I wake up. I've gone back to the clearing twice since that night, both times during daylight. The first time was a month after, while I was still investigating on my own. Nothing seemed out of place, just a small open space in the woods. The second time was 6 months later. I brought ground-penetrating radar I borrowed from a buddy who works in geological surveying. What we found underneath that clearing, I still don't have explanations for it. Hollows, dozens of them, roughly body-sized, extending deep into the earth. I filed a report recommending further investigation. It was denied. The official response cited insufficient evidence of criminal activity and budgetary constraints. 3 nights ago, dispatch reported another 10 to 50 on Red Hollow Road. Single vehicle, no driver present. Drag marks leading into the woods. I wasn't on duty. I didn't respond. But I know what they found, or rather, what they didn't find. Another missing person. Another unexplained death that will be ruled an accident. Sometimes I wonder if I should have looked back when Melissa's eyes went wide with fear. Maybe I would have seen what she saw. Maybe I would understand what's happening on that road. Or maybe I'm lucky I didn't. All I know for certain is that something is wrong with Red Hollow Road. Something watches from those woods. Something that takes people and doesn't leave traces. Something patient. I've put in for early retirement. I can't keep pretending everything makes sense anymore. And I can't shake the feeling that by seeing whatever this is, I've somehow caught its attention. Last night the mist rolled in thick around my house, miles from Red Hollow Road. And as I was locking up, I caught a glimpse of something pale moving just at the edge of my property, where the tree line starts. I pretended not to see it. I went inside, locked the door, and closed all the blinds. I don't drive at night anymore. Story 16. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my family, but it's been weighing on me for years now. I need to get this out there, even if no one believes me. When I was 9 years old, my family lived in this small town called Blackwood in Pennsylvania. It was one of those places where everyone knows everyone, with a main street that had like one traffic light and a bunch of old buildings. Our house was about 10 minutes from the old train station, which had been turned into some kind of local history museum by then. My friends and I would hang out near the train tracks after school sometimes. Looking back, it was stupid and dangerous, but back then it just seemed exciting. We'd sit on this old wooden bench about 20 feet from the tracks and watch the trains go by. My parents would have freaked if they knew, but that's what made it fun, I guess. This one day in October, I remember because the leaves had just started to change. We were sitting there after school. It was me, Katie, and Bridget, and we were just talking about normal kid stuff, waiting for the 3:45 train to pass. When it finally came, it was loud as hell, like always. The ground shook and we covered our ears, but we were laughing too. Then the train passed, and that's when I saw her for the first time. She was just standing there on the tracks, a girl about my age with this old-fashioned dress, like something from an old photo. Her hair was in 2 braids, and she was just staring at me. Not Katie or Bridget, just me. I blinked and she was gone. "Did you guys see that girl?" I asked, pointing to where she'd been standing. They both looked at me like I was crazy. "What girl?" Katie asked. I told myself I was seeing things. Maybe it was the dust from the train or something. But I felt weird the whole way home, like someone was watching me. 3 days later, I saw her again. I was at school, in the hallway between classes, and there she was, standing by the water fountain. She was wearing the same dress, and this time she smiled at me. When I tried to walk toward her, a group of 6th graders walked between us, and by the time they passed, she was gone again. Over the next few weeks, I kept seeing her in the grocery store while shopping with my mom, at the park outside the library. Each time, no one else noticed her. She'd appear for just a few seconds, then vanish when I looked away or someone walked in front of us. Then, one night, I woke up at like 2 in the morning to use the bathroom, and she was standing in my hallway. I nearly screamed, but something stopped me. She didn't seem scary. She seemed sad. "Hi," I whispered, afraid of waking up my parents. "You can see me," she said. Her voice sounded normal, not ghostly or echoey or whatever, just like a regular kid. "Yeah," I said, my heart racing. "Who are you?" "My name is Sarah," she said, or maybe it was Tara. It started with an S or T sound, but it's been so long, and honestly, I was so freaked out that some details are fuzzy. No one's been able to see me in a long time. That was the first of many midnight conversations. I started leaving my door cracked open at night, and she'd appear a few times a week. My parents thought I was talking to myself or had an imaginary friend. I didn't correct them because, honestly, what was I supposed to say? "Hey, Mom and Dad, I'm chatting with the ghost of a dead girl." No way. Sarah Tara eventually told me her story. She'd died decades ago, back when the train station was first built. She and her twin sister had been playing along the tracks while waiting for a train with their family. She said her sister dared her to balance on the rail, and when she tried, she slipped. The train came too fast. She described how the wheel cut her body in half, and I remember feeling sick hearing it. That's why she always warned me to stay away from the tracks. "It happened so fast," she told me once, her eyes kind of distant. "I didn't even feel anything. And then I was just watching everyone screaming. My sister was crying. My mother fainted, and I couldn't do anything." "Why are you still here?" I asked her once. "Aren't you supposed to go to heaven or something?" She shrugged. "I don't know. I just stayed. I think it's because of my sister." She blamed herself. She used to come to the tracks every day after it happened. But she grew up, got old, stopped coming. I started asking my parents about accidents at the train station, trying to verify what Sarah/Tara had told me. My dad got really weird about it. He just changed the subject and seemed uncomfortable. Later I found out he'd actually had a great aunt who died in a train accident as a child, but he'd never met her. I think that's why my questions freaked him out. Things got weirder when I was in second grade. I was staying late after school one day because my mom had a doctor's appointment. Mrs. Henderson, my teacher, was grading papers while I read a book in the back of the classroom. Tara appeared and started making faces, trying to make me laugh. I was trying to ignore her because I didn't want Mrs. Henderson to think I was weird. Then Sarah/Tara walked up to the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and started drawing, an actual physical marker. I froze. This had never happened before. She'd never moved physical objects. She drew a stick figure on the board. Mrs. Henderson looked up, saw the marker seemingly floating and making marks on the board, and her face just drained of color. She didn't scream or anything. She just sat there, totally still, watching the marker move across the whiteboard by itself. When my mom picked me up, Mrs. Henderson asked to speak with her privately. I didn't find out until years later what she said, that she thought I might have some kind of schizophrenia or something because I'd been laughing and talking to myself, and then somehow manipulated the marker from across the room. This is what ultimately led my parents to decide we needed to move away from Blackwood. Before we moved, though, I had another bizarre experience. I was walking home from a friend's house one evening, taking a shortcut past the lake. It was getting dark, and I knew I'd be in trouble for being out late, but I wasn't scared until I saw him, an old man in fishing waders, soaking wet, standing at the edge of the water. He was different from Tara. He seemed confused, like he didn't know where he was. When he spotted me, he called out, "Have you seen my tackle box? Storm's coming. Gotta get back before it hits." I was too scared to answer. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. He walked toward me, water dripping from his clothes, leaving no footprints on the dry ground. "It's red with a black handle. Margaret will kill me if I lose another one." I ran all the way home and didn't tell anyone. Years later, when I was in high school, I found an old newspaper article about a man named Frank Donovan who drowned in the lake during a sudden storm in 1994. The article mentioned that his red tackle box washed up on shore days later, but his body wasn't recovered for almost a week. We moved when I was almost 10, and the experiences mostly stopped. I think whatever connection I had to Blackwood and its ghosts weakened once we left. But in 8th grade, during a really rough time when my parents were fighting a lot, I heard Tara's voice again one night, just once, whispering, "It's not your fault. Grown-ups have their own problems." Then nothing. When I was 16, I convinced my mom to drive me back to Blackwood for a day trip. I went to the train station museum and asked one of the older volunteers about accidents in the early days of the station. The woman got really quiet, then told me that several children had died on those tracks over the years, but most of the incidents were kept quiet back then because the town depended on the railroad for survival. Bad publicity could have ruined them. The weirdest part of all this, my mom confessed to me on the drive home that she used to see things too when she was little. She'd see a woman in her grandmother's attic who no one else could see. She said it runs in families sometimes, this sensitivity. I haven't seen Sarah or Tara or any other spirits in years. Sometimes I wonder if it was all just an overactive imagination, but then I remember the marker floating across the whiteboard and the fishing man knowing details I couldn't possibly have known. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that for a while when I was 9 years old, I had a friend that no one else could see, a friend who died decades before I was born, who warned me to stay away from the train tracks, and who, for whatever reason, chose me to see her. Story 17. I still remember the night it all started. I was 25 at the time, and my husband Tom and I had just moved into my childhood home in Willow Grove with our 2-year-old daughter Sophie. My parents had decided to downsize and move to a condo in Florida, so we jumped at the opportunity to buy their place. It was a quiet, two-story farmhouse surrounded by open fields, the kind of place where you can hear the crickets at night and see every star in the sky. The house had always felt safe to me growing up, but something changed when we moved back in with Sophie. The first week was completely normal. Sophie seemed to love the space, running through the hallways, playing in the yard, and sleeping soundly in her little bed that we'd placed in the corner of our bedroom until we finished painting her room across the hall. My brothers Matt and Jack came over to help with renovations and stayed in their old bedroom across from ours. Everything felt right, like we were exactly where we were supposed to be. Then the nightmares started. It was a Tuesday night in October when I first heard Sophie crying. Not the usual fussy toddler cry, but a sound of pure fear. I rushed over to her bed to find her sitting up, her little face wet with tears, her whole body trembling. When I asked what was wrong, she just pointed toward the ceiling and cried harder. "It's just a bad dream, sweetheart," I told her, pulling her into my arms. "Everything's okay." But it wasn't okay. The same thing happened the next night, and the night after that. For almost 2 weeks straight, Sophie would wake up in the middle of the night, sometimes screaming, sometimes whimpering, always pointing at the same spot near our mirrored wardrobe before I could calm her down. We tried everything. Night lights, leaving the door open, checking for shadows that might scare her. Nothing helped. Sophie was exhausted during the day, and honestly, so were we. Tom started suggesting we take her to a doctor, thinking maybe she was having night terrors. But something didn't sit right with me. The way she kept staring at that spot by the wardrobe. I started feeling uneasy myself when I'd wake up to her cries, like something was watching us. After 2 weeks of this, I was desperate. That's when I decided to try something different. "I'm going to sleep in Sophie's bed tonight," I told Tom that evening. "She can sleep with you in our bed." Tom looked at me like I was crazy. "What's that going to prove?" "I don't know," I admitted, "but I need to understand what's happening to our daughter." So that night, I tucked Sophie in next to her dad and settled into her small bed in the corner of the room. It felt strange being in that twin bed again. I'd slept in it myself as a teenager. I remember lying there, staring at the ceiling for what felt like hours before finally drifting off. I woke up sometime after midnight, not to a sound, but to a touch, a hand gently caressing my cheek. The touch was so light, so tender, that for a moment I thought it was Tom checking on me. But when I opened my eyes, Tom was still in our bed, his back to me, Sophie curled up beside him, and then I felt it again, a soft brush against my face. My whole body went cold. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The bedroom was dark except for the faint glow of the nightlight by the bathroom door. As my eyes adjusted, I could make out a figure above me, not standing beside the bed, hovering above it, a human-like shape suspended just below the ceiling. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. The figure didn't move aggressively. It just hovered there, its hand, God, I could feel its hand, stroking my face with what felt like concern. After what seemed like forever, but was probably only seconds, I managed to roll away, practically falling out of the bed. I scrambled to my feet and rushed to Tom, shaking him awake. He turned on the light, but there was nothing there, just our empty bedroom. "You were having a nightmare," Tom said, holding me as I sobbed against his chest, just like Sophie. But I knew what I'd felt, what I'd seen. The next day, I couldn't bring myself to tell Tom the truth. How do you tell your husband that you felt a ghost touch your face, that you saw someone, something, floating in your bedroom? He'd think I was losing my mind, so I just said I had a bad dream, and we put Sophie back in her own bed that night, hoping whatever had happened was just a fluke. It wasn't. Sophie woke up crying again that night, and the next. By the 5th night, I was at my breaking point. I sat on the edge of her bed, holding her tiny hands in mine. "Sophie, sweetheart, you need to tell Mommy what's scaring you," I pleaded. "I can't help if I don't know what's wrong." She looked up at me with those big brown eyes still wet with tears and said something that made my blood run cold. "The man without legs." I felt like someone had poured ice water down my spine. "What man, baby? Where do you see him?" Sophie pointed up toward the corner near our mirrored wardrobe. "He's up there, By the mirror. He watches me. I looked where she was pointing, but saw nothing. What does he look like? He floats, she said, making a wobbling motion with her hand. No legs, and his eyes. She touched her own eyes. They glow. I should have been terrified. Any normal mother would have grabbed her child and run from the house. But something strange happened instead. A feeling of calm washed over me. A memory I couldn't quite place surfaced. Something about my childhood in this house. "Does he hurt you?" I asked Sophie. She shook her head. "Number, but he scares me. Sometimes he lies on top of the closet and looks down at me." I glanced at the wardrobe. It was tall, nearly reaching the ceiling. The perfect perch for something that wanted to watch a small child sleep. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about what Sophie had said. The man without legs, the floating, the glowing eyes. It all seemed too specific for a 2-year-old to make up. The next morning I was making breakfast when Matt and Jack came in, looking exhausted. They'd been staying with us for almost 3 weeks now, helping with renovations. "Rough night?" I asked, sliding plates of eggs across the counter. Matt rubbed his bloodshot eyes. "Yeah, couldn't sleep much." "Sophie wake you up with her crying?" I asked, feeling guilty. They exchanged a look that made my stomach drop. "No," Jack said finally. "It was something else." I put down the spatula. "What do you mean?" Matt sighed. "You're going to think we're crazy." "Try me," I said. "Last night, I got up to use the bathroom around 3 in the morning," Matt began. "When I was heading back to bed, I saw something in the hallway, right outside your bedroom door. I felt my heart beating faster." "What did you see?" "A man," he said quietly, "or at least the top half of one. He was just floating there, like his body ended at the waist. No legs. He was watching us from the doorway." Jack nodded. "I saw it too. I woke up when Matt gasped, and there it was, just hovering. It had these eyes that seemed to glow in the dark." I sat down heavily in the kitchen chair. "Sophie's been seeing the same thing. She calls him the man without legs." We all sat in silence for a moment, the reality of what was happening sinking in. 3 adults and a child, all seeing the same inexplicable thing. "What do we do?" Jack finally asked. I didn't know. But that night, when Sophie started crying again, I went to her with a different approach. Instead of dismissing her fears or trying to convince her nothing was there, I sat on the edge of her bed and told her the truth. "I know about the man without legs," I said softly. "Your uncles have seen him too." Sophie's eyes widened. "You believe me?" I nodded. "Yes, baby, I do." "Is he bad?" she whispered. And then, without thinking, words came out of my mouth that I hadn't planned. "No, sweetheart, he's not bad. He's watching over you, protecting you." Where had that come from, I wondered. But as soon as I said it, I felt it was true. Sophie seemed to sense it too. She relaxed against her pillow. "Like a guardian angel?" she asked. "Something like that," I replied. After that night, Sophie still saw the legless man, but she stopped being afraid. She'd wave to the corner sometimes, or tell me that the man is on the wardrobe again, in the same casual way she'd mention a butterfly outside the window. 2 years passed like this. Sophie turned 4, and we finally finished renovating her room across the hall. The night we moved her into her new bedroom, I felt a strange mixture of relief and sadness. Part of me worried that whatever was in our room might follow her, but another part, a part I couldn't explain, felt like we were saying goodbye to something familiar. But the legless man didn't follow Sophie. From the night she moved into her new room, the sightings stopped. Matt and Jack moved out once the renovations were complete, and they reported no more encounters either. Life went back to normal, or what passed for normal after experiencing something so inexplicable. 5 years went by. Sophie was 9, and we had another child, a boy named Lucas. My sister Diane came to visit with her 2-year-old daughter Emily. During their stay, Emily napped in our bedroom in the same corner where Sophie's bed had once been. I was washing dishes when Sophie came running into the kitchen, her face pale. "Mom," she said, tugging at my sleeve. "Emily is waving at the wardrobe and talking to someone." My hands froze under the running water. "What?" We both went upstairs quietly. Emily was sitting up in her portable crib, giggling and waving at the top of the wardrobe. "Who are you talking to, sweetie?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Emily pointed to the top of the wardrobe. "The man up there." That night, after the kids were asleep, I called my mother in Florida. I'd never told her about our experiences. It had always seemed too bizarre, too unbelievable. But now I needed answers. "Mom," I said after we'd caught up on family news, "did anything strange ever happen in my old bedroom when I was little?" There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "Why do you ask?" I took a deep breath and told her everything. Sophie's nightmares, what Matt and Jack had seen, and now Emily's encounter. When I finished, my mother sighed. "I wondered if this would happen when you moved back," she said. "I saw him too, you know, when you were a baby." My heart skipped a beat. "Who is he?" "I believe it's your Uncle David," she said. "My brother. He died the year before you were born. He was hit by a train. The impact..." Her voice faltered. "The doctors said it severed his body at the waist." I felt a chill run through me. Why would he be in our house? "David loved children more than anything," my mother explained. "He never had any of his own. Before he died, he always talked about how he wished he could protect children from all the cruelty in the world." She paused. "I think he's still trying to do that." After that conversation, I looked at our bedroom differently. Not with fear, but with a strange kind of gratitude. Uncle David, if that's who it was, had never harmed anyone. He'd only watched, hovered, perhaps keeping some kind of silent vigil over the children in the house. Sophie never saw the legless man again after she moved to her own room, but sometimes objects would fly off the top of our wardrobe with inexplicable force. Picture frames, books, decorative boxes, as if angrily swept away by an unseen hand. It only happened when we put new things up there, almost like something was claiming that space as its own. Even now, 15 years later, I still avoid placing anything on top of that wardrobe. Some nights I look up at that empty space and wonder if he's still there, watching, waiting for another child to protect. I've never seen him again with my own eyes, but sometimes, in the quiet darkness of our bedroom, I swear I can feel someone gently stroke my cheek. Story 18. I never believed in ghosts or spirits or any of that supernatural stuff. I always thought people who claimed to have paranormal experiences were either attention seekers or just misinterpreting normal things. That was until 3 weeks ago, when everything in my life started going to hell. I'm 16, and up until recently, everything was pretty normal. I've been staying up late studying for finals and talking to my girlfriend Sophia. My mom would sometimes complain about my vampire schedule, but we had a good relationship. We'd watch movies together on weekends, and she'd always check in with me about school and friends. But something changed about a month ago. We started arguing over the stupidest things. She'd get upset because I left a glass in the living room, and I'd get irritated when she asked about my homework. It wasn't like us at all. The arguments seemed to come from nowhere and escalate super fast. The first weird thing I noticed was that I couldn't sleep, like, at all. I'd lie in bed scrolling through my phone until 2 or 3 in the morning, feeling weirdly anxious. I kept feeling like someone was watching me. I'd look around my room, but obviously no one was there. I blamed it on stress from school and the fights with my mom. Then came the breathing. I was lying in bed one night, trying to fall asleep, when I heard it. Soft, rhythmic breathing right next to my ear. At first, I thought it was just the sound of my own breathing, so I held my breath to check. But the breathing continued. I shot up in bed and turned on my light, but there was nothing there. I told myself it was just the wind outside my window or the house settling, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. The next night I heard it again, closer this time. I tried to record it on my phone, thinking maybe it was coming from somewhere else in the house. But when I played back the recording, there was nothing, just silence. That freaked me out more than actually hearing the breathing. What really made me start to panic was what happened last Tuesday. I was lying in bed scrolling through TikTok, about to fall asleep, when I felt a sharp pain on my scalp. It felt like someone had grabbed a chunk of my hair and yanked it hard. I yelped and sat up, touching my head where it hurt. No one was there, but my scalp was still stinging. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I caught my hair on the light switch or headboard, but my bed is in the middle of the room and I hadn't moved. There was literally nothing my hair could have caught on. The next morning, I was in the kitchen making breakfast when my mom came in looking worried. She sat down at the table and asked if I was feeling okay. I told her about not sleeping well, but didn't mention the breathing or hair pulling. I didn't want her to think I was losing it. That's when she dropped the bomb. "Miguel, I need to tell you something," she said. "I've been worried about our relationship lately. We've never fought like this before, so I talked to Camila about it. Camila is my mom's friend who claims to be a medium. She's always talking about energies and spirits and stuff. I usually just rolled my eyes when Mom mentioned her. Camila said she sensed something when I described what's been happening," my mom continued. "She said there's an evil spirit that's leaning on you. It's affecting your mood, your energy, and it's trying to come between us." I almost laughed, but the memory of that breath on my ear and the hair pulling stopped me. I tried to brush it off anyway. "Mom, that's ridiculous. There's no such thing as evil spirits. We're just stressed." She looked at me with this intense expression I'd never seen before. "Mijo, I've known Camila for 15 years. She's never been wrong about these things." I changed the subject, but her words stuck with me throughout the day. At school, I couldn't concentrate. I kept thinking about the breathing, the hair pulling, and now this talk of an evil spirit. During lunch, I Googled signs of evil spirits, feeling stupid but desperate for answers. What I read made my blood run cold. Unexplained sounds, feelings of being watched, physical attacks, relationship strain. It was like reading a checklist of everything that had been happening to me. When I got home, something else weird happened. Gato, my cat who always sleeps on my bed, was sitting outside my bedroom door. He usually runs in as soon as I open the door, but this time he just sat there, staring into my room with his back arched slightly. I called him, but he wouldn't come in. That night, I tried to coax him onto the bed, but he hissed and ran out. Gato has slept with me every night since we got him 3 years ago. He's never acted like this before. I remembered reading somewhere that cats can sense supernatural presences and often protect their owners from them. The fact that Gato was avoiding my room terrified me more than anything else. I barely slept that night. The breathing was back, and I swear I felt my blanket being tugged at the foot of my bed. I kept my light on and stayed on FaceTime with Sophia until her phone died around 2 in the morning. I didn't tell her what was happening. I didn't want her to think I was crazy. On Wednesday morning, I was getting ready for school, feeling like absolute crap from lack of sleep. I was putting on my beaded necklace, a handmade one I got at a street fair last year and wear every day, when it suddenly broke. I wasn't pulling on it or anything. I'd barely touched it when the strings snapped and beads scattered all over my bedroom floor. I don't know why, but this freaked me out more than anything else. I gathered the beads with shaking hands and put them in a small box. Later at school, I looked up what it means when a necklace breaks unexpectedly. One website said that beaded jewelry can break when it absorbs too much negative energy. It's supposed to protect you by taking the energy until it can't hold anymore. Then it breaks. When I got home that day, the house smelled strongly of incense. Mom was walking around with a smoking bundle of what I later learned was sage, waving it into corners and muttering something under her breath. She saw me and explained that Camila had suggested cleansing the house to drive away the negative presence. "It's affecting you, mijo," she said. "Camila says it's feeding off your energy. That's why you've been so depressed and irritable." I wanted to argue that I wasn't depressed, just tired and stressed, but I realized she was right. I had been feeling increasingly hopeless and isolated over the past few weeks. Tasks that used to be easy now seemed impossible. I'd stopped texting friends back and had cancelled plans with Sophia twice. That night, I finally broke down and told my mom about the breathing, the hair pulling, and Gato avoiding my room. She didn't look surprised, just sad and worried. She sat on the edge of my bed and held my hand. "I'm going to help you through this," she promised. "Camilla is coming tomorrow to do a proper cleansing." I didn't know how to feel. Part of me was still skeptical, still wanted to believe there was a rational explanation for everything, but another part was terrified and desperate for help. I tried to sleep in my room that night, but couldn't. The breathing was louder, and I kept feeling cold spots moving across my bed. Around midnight, I grabbed my pillow and went to sleep on the couch. Camilla came over the next day. She's a short woman with graying hair and intense eyes. I expected someone more theatrical, with flowing clothes and lots of jewelry, but she was wearing jeans and a normal blouse. This somehow made me take her more seriously. She walked through our house slowly, occasionally stopping and closing her eyes as if listening for something. When she came to my room, she stood in the doorway for a long time without entering. "It's strongest here," she said finally. "It's attached itself to you, Miguel. It's feeding on your energy, your life force." "Why me?" I asked, my voice cracking embarrassingly. "Spirits are attracted to certain energies. Young people often have vibrant life forces that these entities crave, and you're at a vulnerable age, transitioning from child to adult." She came into my room then, carrying a bag of supplies. She set up candles, more sage, and some kind of crystal. The ritual she performed wasn't dramatic, like in movies. She mostly just sat quietly, sometimes murmuring words I couldn't understand. She sprinkled some kind of water in the corners of my room and placed a small pouch of herbs under my pillow. "This will help," she said when she finished, "but you need to be strong, Miguel. Fear gives it power. When you feel its presence, visualize white light surrounding you. Tell it firmly that it's not welcome and must leave." I nodded, though I felt ridiculous at the thought of talking to an empty room. She must have seen the doubt on my face. "You don't have to believe in spirits to be affected by them," she said quietly. "Just like you don't have to believe in bacteria to get sick." That comparison stuck with me. After she left, I felt slightly better. My room smelled strongly of sage and something else, something sweeter. I opened my windows to air it out and sat on my bed, wondering if anything had actually changed. That night, I tried to sleep in my room again. For the first hour, everything was quiet. No breathing, no cold spots. I started to think maybe Camilla's ritual had worked, or that there had never been anything there in the first place, and it was all in my head. Then I felt it, a pressure on the edge of my bed, like someone sitting down. The mattress actually dipped. I froze, unable to move or speak. The pressure moved closer, slowly crawling up the bed toward me. I tried to remember what Camilla said about white light and telling it to leave, but fear paralyzed me. The pressure reached my chest, and suddenly I couldn't breathe. It felt like someone was sitting on me, crushing my lungs. I tried to gasp for air, to call for my mom, but couldn't make a sound. Just as black spots started appearing in my vision, our doorbell rang. The sudden noise broke whatever hold the thing had on me, and I could breathe again. I heard my mom answering the door. It was our neighbor dropping off a package that had been delivered to their house by mistake. I ran out of my room, past my confused mom and neighbor, and onto our front porch. I gulped in the cool night air, shaking uncontrollably. I slept on the couch again that night, with all the lights on. The next day, I begged my mom to let me sleep in her room. She agreed without question. It's been over a week now, and I still haven't gone back to my bedroom except to grab clothes, and even then, I never go alone. Camilla has been back twice to perform more cleansings. She says the entity is stronger than she initially thought and is resisting her efforts to remove it. Mom has started researching more powerful cleansing methods. The weird thing is, when I sleep in my mom's room, I don't hear the breathing or feel anything touching me. But sometimes, when I pass by my closed bedroom door, I swear I can hear something moving around inside. Gato still refuses to go anywhere near my room. I don't know what to do. Part of me still wants to find a rational explanation. But how do you rationally explain feeling your hair being pulled when no one is there, or your cat suddenly being terrified of a room it's loved for years, or the feeling of something literally sitting on your chest? Whatever it is, it's still here, and it's waiting for me to come back. Story 19. I don't usually talk about this stuff. I mean, I've told a few close friends, but every time I do, I can see that look in their eyes. They think I'm either making it up or that I was just a scared kid with an overactive imagination. But I know what I experienced was real. It's been 5 years now, and I still get chills thinking about that place. When I was 13, my parents decided to move us to this charming renovated barn house in rural England. It was this old stone structure, probably built in the late 1800s, out in the countryside about 20 minutes from the nearest proper town. My dad thought it would be this idyllic country living situation. Fresh air, quiet nights, space to breathe. He's always been into renovation projects, and this place was his pride and joy. The house itself was strange. Not just old strange, but designed strange. All the doors had these small windows above them, about a foot tall and maybe 8 inches wide. My dad said they were probably for ventilation back when it was actually used as a barn, but they'd been fitted with glass when the place was converted into a home, maybe 30 or 40 years before we moved in. I remember thinking they looked like little observation windows, like someone could stand on the other side and peek through without you knowing they were there. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor, at the end of a long hallway. I had this elevated bed, not quite a bunk bed, but raised up about 4 feet with a desk underneath. I liked it because I could lie up there and watch stuff on my iPad without my parents seeing the glow under my door when I was supposed to be sleeping. Everything was normal for the first few weeks. Well, as normal as living in a converted barn in the middle of nowhere can be. I missed my friends, hated my new school, and spent most of my time in my room. Then came that night in October. I remember because we'd just put up some Halloween decorations earlier that day. It was around midnight, maybe a bit later. My parents had gone to bed hours ago and I was up watching gaming videos with my headphones in. It was completely silent in the house except for what I was listening to. I remember pausing the video because I suddenly got this feeling. It's hard to describe, but it was like that sensation when you know someone's staring at you. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I felt cold all over. I pulled my headphones out and just listened. Nothing. The house was dead quiet, but that feeling didn't go away. It got stronger. I felt like someone was in my room, watching me. I leaned over the edge of my bed to look down at the floor, thinking maybe our cat had snuck in, but there was nothing there. Just the moonlight coming through my window, creating weird shadows on the carpet. I tried to shake it off and went back to my video, but I couldn't focus. That's when it happened. My window blind, one of those roller ones you have to pull down manually with a little chain, suddenly shot up with this loud whap sound. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Before I could even process what was happening, it rolled back down again, slowly this time, like someone was controlling it. Here's the thing, that blind needed to be manually operated. You pulled one string to bring it down and another to lock it in place. There was no way, absolutely no way, it could go up and down on its own like that. I was frozen in place for maybe 10 seconds, just staring at the window. Then I bolted. I ran straight to my parents' room and burst in, probably scaring them half to death. I was crying and trying to explain what happened between gasps. My dad, still half asleep, told me it was just the wind, that old houses make noises, that the blind probably wasn't secured properly. My mum was a bit more sympathetic, but she basically said the same thing. She walked me back to my room, checked the blind, which was working perfectly normal when she tried it, and tucked me back into bed like I was 5 years old again. She even checked under the bed and in the closet to show me nothing was there. I felt stupid, but I was still terrified. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just lay there, staring at that window, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did, at least not that night. For a few days, I convinced myself my dad was right. It was just the wind, or maybe I'd fallen asleep and dreamed it. But then I started noticing other things, small things at first. Items in my room not being where I left them. Cold spots in the hallway, the feeling of being watched when I was alone. About a week after the blind incident, I was heading to the bathroom at night when I glanced at one of those small windows above the hallway door. I swear on everything I care about, I saw a shadow pass by on the other side. Not like a shadow cast by something, an actual dark figure moving past the window. But the thing is, there was nothing on the other side of that door except the stairwell going down, and no one was up and moving around. I stood there, frozen, for what felt like ages. Then I ran back to my room, shut the door, and pushed my desk chair up against it. I didn't tell my parents this time. I knew what they'd say. Over the next few months, I saw those shadows almost daily. Through the little windows above the doors, I'd catch glimpses of dark figures moving in the hallway, going into the bathroom, walking down the stairs. They never made any noise. That's what convinced me they weren't just my family members moving around. People make noise when they walk. Floorboards creak in old houses, doors make sounds. These things were completely silent. I started sleeping with my light on. I'd make excuses to sleep on the couch downstairs or at friends' houses. My parents thought I was just being a moody teenager, but I was terrified of being alone in that house, especially my room. The worst part came about 4 months after we moved in. We'd gone into town for dinner and were driving back as it was getting dark. As we approached our house, I looked up at my bedroom window, and there was something standing there. Not just a shadow this time, but a full-on silhouette, dark against the faint light from my bedside lamp that I always left on. I didn't say anything. I couldn't. My throat closed up, and I just stared as we drove closer. My dad must have noticed it too, because he slowed down the car and said, "Did you leave someone at the house?" No one answered him. We all just stared as we pulled into the driveway. By the time we got out of the car, whatever it was had gone. My dad checked the whole house, thinking we'd had a break-in, but nothing was disturbed, and all the doors and windows were locked from the inside. That became a regular occurrence. Whenever we'd leave the house and come back, one of us would spot something in that window, my window. It was like whatever was in there was watching for us, waiting for us to return. Sometimes it would be there when we walked up the long path to the front door, staring down at us, only to disappear when we got inside and checked. I started having nightmares, horrible ones where I'd wake up and see a dark figure standing at the foot of my elevated bed, just staring at me. In the dreams, I could never move or scream. I'd just lie there, paralyzed, as it stood watching me. Sometimes I'd wake up from these nightmares and still feel like something was in the room with me. One night, about 7 months after we moved in, I woke up around 3 in the morning, needing to use the bathroom. I was terrified to leave my room, but I really had to go. I gathered my courage and opened my door as quietly as possible. The hallway was dark, except for a small nightlight my mum had put in the outlet near the bathroom, for my benefit, though she never said so directly. As I was washing my hands, I glanced up at the mirror and nearly had a heart attack. In the reflection, I could see the small window above the bathroom door, and there was a face, or something like a face, peering in. It was dark, almost featureless, but I could make out where the eyes should be. I spun around, but there was nothing there. When I looked back at the mirror, the window was empty. I ran back to my room, slammed the door, and spent the rest of the night huddled under my covers with the lights on, watching videos on my iPad to distract myself. The next day, I finally broke down and told my parents everything. All the shadows I'd been seeing, the figure in my window, the face in the bathroom. They were concerned, not about the house, but about me. My mum suggested I was having anxiety from the move and the new school. My dad wondered if I was sleeping enough. They talked about taking me to see someone, a therapist or something. They didn't believe me, not really. A few weeks later, my dad got a job offer in another city. I've never been so relieved about anything in my life. We moved out of that barn house about 8 months after moving in. I never told my parents, but on the day we left as we drove away for the last time, I looked back at my bedroom window, and there it was, that same silhouette watching us go. It's been 5 years now. I'm 18 and I still think about that house. I still have nightmares about those small windows and what I saw through them. Sometimes I'll be walking down a hallway at school or at a friend's house and get that same feeling, like I'm being watched, and I'll freeze, afraid to look behind me. I don't know what was in that house. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else. All I know is that it was real. It was watching us. And sometimes I can't shake the feeling that it followed me out of there, that maybe if I look up at my window from outside, I'll see it standing there, still watching, still waiting. Story 20. I still don't sleep well. Every time I see someone standing with their back to me, I freeze up. It's been 4 years, but I can't shake it. I've told this story to a few close friends, but I've never written it down until now. This happened in September of 2019. My best friend Anna had just gotten back from a semester abroad, and we were catching up. We decided to have a sleepover at my sister's new house since she and her husband were away for the weekend, and asked me to house sit. It was a pretty normal suburban home in a quiet neighborhood, the kind of place where nothing bad ever happens. That's what I used to think anyway. The guest bedroom was small but cozy. It had this single bed with a trundle bed underneath it. For anyone who doesn't know what that is, it's basically a second bed that rolls out from under the main one. I took the top bed and Anna took the trundle. The room only had one window with these really thin tulle curtains that didn't block much light. You could see pretty much everything through them. We stayed up late catching up and watching stupid videos on YouTube. It must have been around 1 in the morning when we finally decided to go to sleep. I've always been a light sleeper. The tiniest noise or change in light can wake me up, so I wasn't really surprised when I woke up in the middle of the night. What did surprise me was the feeling I had. You know when you just know someone's watching you, that prickly sensation on the back of your neck? That's what jolted me awake. My eyes flew open, and I had this immediate gut-wrenching certainty that someone else was in the room with us. The moonlight was coming through those thin curtains, lighting up the room enough for me to see clearly. And there, standing by the window, was what looked like Anna. Her back was to me, and she was standing unnaturally still, facing the window. Her nose was practically touching the glass. Her arms were hanging straight down at her sides, not relaxed but rigid, like a soldier standing at attention. At first I thought maybe she'd gotten up to use the bathroom or get some water, but something felt wrong. The way she was standing was just off, too stiff, too still. No one stands like that naturally. I propped myself up on my elbow and whispered, "Anna, what are you doing?" The figure didn't turn around. Instead, it made this sound, a flat, emotionless hoo-hoo, in a voice that was feminine but didn't quite sound like Anna. It was like someone trying to imitate her but not quite getting it right. I felt goosebumps break out all over my body. Something wasn't right. I asked again, louder this time, "Anna, what are you doing?" The same response came back, hoo-hoo. No movement, no explanation, just that eerie sound. That's when I had this horrible thought. I glanced down at the trundle bed and my heart nearly stopped. Anna was there. She was sound asleep, curled up on her side with her back to me, breathing deeply. Her long dark hair was spread out on the pillow. I could even see the little birthmark on her shoulder that I've known since we were kids. My mind couldn't process what I was seeing. If Anna was asleep in the bed, then who or what was standing at the window? I looked back at the window, and the figure was still there, still in the same position. The moonlight illuminated enough of its features for me to see that it looked exactly like Anna. Same height, same hair, same pajamas. It was like looking at a perfect copy. My mouth went dry. I could barely get the word out, but I whispered, "Anna." One more time. What happened next will haunt me until the day I die. The figure snapped its head toward me, not turned, snapped, like it rotated a full 180 degrees without moving any other part of its body. The movement was so fast, so unnatural, so wrong. No human neck can move that way, and its eyes, oh God, its eyes. They were Anna's in shape and color, but completely empty, cold, dead, like looking into a void. There was nothing behind them, no emotion, no life, no soul, just emptiness staring back at me. I screamed. I couldn't help it. I threw myself against the wall as far away from that thing as I could get. I was shouting incoherently, just pure terror coming out of my mouth. The real Anna woke up, confused and startled. She sat up on the trundle bed and mumbled, "Eliza, what are you doing?" She sounded groggy and annoyed, which was so normal, so human compared to that thing by the window. I couldn't answer her. I was staring at the window, but the figure was gone, vanished like it had never been there at all. I glanced at the digital clock on the nightstand, 2:40 a.m. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might be having a heart attack. I was sweating and shaking. Anna turned on the bedside lamp and looked at me with concern. "What happened? Why are you screaming?" It took me a few minutes to calm down enough to speak. When I did, the words came tumbling out. I told her everything, about seeing her standing by the window, about the hoo-hoo sound, about the head turning in that impossible way, about those empty eyes. I even got up and showed her exactly where the figure had been standing, imitating its rigid posture. "It looked exactly like you, Anna." "Exactly. But it wasn't you. You were asleep the whole time." Anna went pale. She didn't say anything for a long moment. Then she whispered, "I don't like this. Can we please not talk about it?" She was clearly disturbed by what I was telling her, and honestly, I couldn't blame her. The idea of something wearing her face, standing just a few feet away from her while she slept, it's the stuff of nightmares. We didn't go back to sleep that night. We turned on all the lights, went to the living room, and put on the TV for background noise. We didn't talk much. What was there to say? Neither of us had an explanation for what I'd seen. The next morning, in the bright sunlight, it would have been easy to dismiss it as a dream or sleep paralysis. But I know what I saw. I was fully awake. I moved. I spoke. I wasn't paralyzed. And those eyes, they were too vivid, too terrifying to be just a dream. Anna left early that morning. She mumbled something about needing to help her mom with something, but I think she just wanted to get out of that house. We didn't talk about it again for months. When we finally did, she admitted that she couldn't stop thinking about it, about something out there that could look exactly like her. My sister and her husband moved out of that house a year later. They never experienced anything strange, or if they did, they never mentioned it to me. I never stayed there overnight again. I couldn't bring myself to go back to that room. I've researched doppelgangers and similar phenomena since then. Some cultures believe seeing someone's double is an omen of death or bad luck. Others think they're supernatural entities that mimic humans. Some modern theories suggest they might be glitches in reality or manifestations of parallel dimensions. I don't know what it was that I saw that night. A ghost? A demon? Something else entirely? All I know is that it was real, and it was one of the most terrifying moments of my life. The thing that still bothers me the most, that keeps me up at night sometimes, is wondering, what if I hadn't woken up? What was it planning to do, standing there like that? Was it watching Anna? Was it watching me? Or was it waiting for something else entirely? And sometimes when I look at Anna, I catch myself studying her eyes, making sure they're really hers, warm, alive, human, making sure that whatever I saw that night hasn't somehow replaced my friend, because that's the scariest part of all this. If something can look exactly like someone you know, down to the smallest detail, how can you ever be sure who's really standing in front of you? I still don't have an explanation for what happened that night. I probably never will. But I know what I saw, and I know those empty, cold eyes locked with mine for a moment that felt like eternity. And sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, I swear I can hear a soft hoo-hoo coming from somewhere in the darkness. Story 21. I still can't sleep properly, even after 3 months. I'm typing this at 4 in the morning because the nightmare woke me up again. The same one, always the same one. I need to share this with someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. I don't know what to do anymore. It happened back in May when my cousin Rahul passed away after battling cancer for nearly 2 years. We were close, grew up together in our small coastal village in Kerala. Our homes were just a few streets apart, and we'd spent our childhood running through the narrow paths between the houses, playing cricket on the beach and swimming in the sea. His deterioration had been painful to watch. By the end, he was barely recognizable, just skin stretched over bones, his eyes sunken and yellowed. I was at his house when he died. His mother, my aunt, had called early that morning saying he wasn't doing well. When I arrived, the house was filled with relatives, all speaking in hushed tones. The air inside felt heavy, like it was harder to breathe. The smell of incense couldn't mask the odor of sickness that had permeated the walls over the months. Rahul was in his bed in the small room at the back of the house. His breathing was labored, coming in irregular gasps. My uncle was sitting beside him, holding his hand, tears streaming down his face. I'd never seen my uncle cry before. I sat on the other side of the bed, not knowing what to do or say. What can you say when someone is slipping away right in front of you? It happened around noon. Rahul suddenly tensed, his back arching slightly. Then he made this sound, not quite a gasp, not quite a gurgle, and just stopped. His eyes were still open, staring at nothing. The room went completely silent for what felt like forever. Then my aunt started wailing. That's when I noticed the smell and the wet patch spreading on the bed beneath him. His bowels and bladder had released. I helped my uncle and 2 other male relatives clean him up. It was difficult, not just emotionally, but physically too. Moving a dead body is nothing like moving someone who's alive. There's this unnatural heaviness to it, this complete lack of resistance. We changed his clothes and prepared him for the cremation that would take place that evening, as is our custom. During this process, some of his bodily waste must have gotten on my forearm. I didn't notice it right away. There was too much happening, too much emotion, too many tasks to complete. It wasn't until we were carrying his body to the cremation grounds that I caught the first whiff of it. The cremation grounds are about 2 kilometers from our village, near the temple. We carried Rahul's body on a bamboo stretcher, taking turns to bear the weight. As we walked, I noticed a foul smell that seemed to be following me. I thought maybe it was just the lingering odor of death clinging to all of us, but it seemed to intensify whenever I moved my right arm. During a brief rest, I glanced down and noticed a dark smudge on my forearm. It was then I realized what it was and felt immediately sick. I couldn't clean it properly right then. We were in the middle of the funeral procession, so I had to continue, the stench growing increasingly unbearable to me. It was strange that no one else seemed to notice it, even though to me it was overwhelming. After we placed Rahul's body on the pyre and the rituals were completed, I quickly went to a small stream nearby to wash my arm. I scrubbed furiously with water and sand, making sure every trace was gone. I washed it 3 times to be absolutely certain. The relief was immediate. The smell was gone, and I felt I could breathe normally again. By this time, it was getting dark. Most of the family would stay at my uncle's house for the night, but I needed to get home to take care of some things. My house was about 20 kilometers away in a neighboring town where I worked as a teacher. I said my goodbyes, promised to return the next day, and started my journey on my old Honda motorcycle. This is where everything changed. The road connecting our village to my town is usually busy, even in the evenings. There are small shops, tea stalls, and houses along most of it, with street lamps at regular intervals. But that night it was completely deserted. Not just quiet, absolutely empty. No pedestrians, no vehicles, no lights in the houses. Even the street lamps seemed dimmer than usual, creating pools of weak yellow light surrounded by oppressive darkness. I remember checking my watch. It was only 9 in the evening, way too early for everything to be closed and everyone to be inside. But I told myself it was probably because of some local festival or event I'd forgotten about. Maybe there was a special program on TV, anything to explain the eerie emptiness. About 13 kilometers into my journey, I passed by Varkala Beach. There's a stretch of road there that runs parallel to the sea with a small cliff on one side and the beach visible below. As I was riding, I noticed what looked like a person lying by the roadside ahead. I slowed down slightly, thinking it might be someone who needed help. But as I got closer, I could make out that they were lying in an odd position, limbs bent at unnatural angles, face down in the dirt. My first thought was that it was probably a drunk or someone on drugs who had passed out. This area is known for having some drug problems, especially near the tourist beaches. I didn't stop. Maybe I should have, but something didn't feel right. The way the person was positioned looked wrong somehow. So I sped up again, planning to report it once I reached the next police checkpost. That's when the smell returned. That same unbearable stench from earlier, the one I had scrubbed off my arm at the stream, but this time it was stronger, almost solid in its intensity. It hit me so suddenly that I gagged and nearly lost control of the bike. I couldn't understand how it was possible. I had washed thoroughly. There was nothing on my arm anymore. I'd checked it multiple times. I was struggling to breathe through the stench when I saw it. Standing in the middle of the road, about 50 meters ahead, was a figure. Even from that distance, I could tell it wasn't normal. It was short, maybe half my height, and completely black, not like a person with dark skin, but like a silhouette with no features, no reflection, just an absence of light in the shape of a squat, hunched human. Every instinct in my body screamed danger, the kind of primal fear that bypasses thought completely. I knew with absolute certainty that I shouldn't stop, that I shouldn't even slow down, that whatever that thing was, it was connected to the smell, to my cousin, to death itself. I twisted the throttle as far as it would go. My old Honda isn't a powerful bike, but it can hit 90 kilometers per hour when pushed. I aimed straight for the figure, hoping it would move, or that I could swerve at the last second if needed. It didn't move, and as I got closer, I could see it more clearly. It had a face, or at least where a face should be. There were 2 pinpricks of dull red light like dying embers. No mouth that I could see. No other features. Just those eyes tracking me as I approached. I barreled toward it, refusing to slow down. At the last possible moment, I swerved slightly to the left, missing it by inches. As I passed, the stench became so powerful that my eyes watered and I nearly vomited inside my helmet. The temperature around me dropped so suddenly that it felt like riding into a freezer. Then I heard it. Over the sound of the engine, over the wind rushing past my ears, I heard footsteps, running footsteps, keeping pace with my motorcycle, even at 90 kilometers per hour, a rapid pit-pat on the asphalt behind me. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Terror had locked my head in place, eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead. I rode like that for the remaining 7 kilometers to my house, the footsteps following the entire way, sometimes seeming to get closer, sometimes falling back but never stopping. When I finally reached my house, I practically fell off the bike in my hurry to get inside. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking violently. Only when I was inside with the door locked and all the lights on did I allow myself to breathe. That's when I noticed it, the dark smear on my forearm. The exact same one I had washed off hours earlier at the stream. It was back, looking as fresh as it had during the funeral procession, and with it, the stench. I ran to the bathroom and scrubbed my arm raw under scalding water. The mark came off, but the fear didn't. I spent that night huddled in my bed, every light in the house burning, jumping at every sound. Since that night, things have happened that I can't explain. Shadows appear in corners of rooms where there shouldn't be shadows. The stench returns randomly, sometimes while I'm teaching, sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes when I'm in crowded places, and the nightmares, vivid, horrible dreams where I'm running down that empty road, the footsteps getting closer and closer until I feel cold, inhuman hands on my shoulders. I've moved to a different town, changed jobs, even visited temples and consulted with a local spiritual healer. Nothing helps. Whatever attached itself to me that night is still here, still watching, still following. I wonder if others have experienced this. If the dead can somehow attach parts of themselves to the living through these final leavings, if there's something about that most undignified aspect of death that creates a bridge between worlds. All I know is that sometimes, late at night, I still hear those footsteps, and they're getting closer. Story 22. I've never really believed in ghosts or the paranormal, but what's been happening in our house has me questioning everything I thought I knew. We live in a small village in England, one of those picturesque places with stone cottages and a single pub that tourists find charming. Our house is nothing special, just an old semi-detached place built sometime in the 1920s. It's me, Mum, Dad, my younger brother Sam, and our 3 massive dogs, 2 German Shepherds and a Doberman. They're our security system, basically. For years, we've had weird stuff happen around the house. Things would go missing, then show up in places we'd already checked multiple times. At first, it was small stuff. TV remotes appearing on tables we'd cleared, headphones showing up in the middle of the floor after we'd torn the house apart looking for them. My mum lost her favorite bracelet once, only for it to appear 3 weeks later on her bedside table. We all swore we'd checked there dozens of times. The weirdest one before everything went mental was my dog Rufus's tag. It disappeared from his collar somehow while he was in the house. We searched everywhere, under furniture, in the garden, literally everywhere. Almost a year later, I found it sitting in the middle of my bedroom floor when I came home from school. Absolutely no explanation. We'd also hear footsteps sometimes, creaking on the stairs or in the hallway when everyone was accounted for, whispers from empty rooms, but we always wrote it off. Old house noises, the dogs moving around, or maybe the TV playing in another room. You convince yourself of the logical explanations because the alternatives are too freaky to consider. But what happened last week, I still can't explain it, and it's keeping me up at night. We were getting ready to go on holiday to Spain, one of those last-minute package deals my parents found online. The night before we left, we'd already dropped the dogs at the kennel because our flight was stupidly early, and we needed to leave for the airport around 3 in the morning. That evening, around 8 o'clock, Sam and I were sitting at the kitchen table. Mum and Dad were upstairs packing the last few things. Our kitchen is directly underneath the landing and spare bedroom. Sam was playing some game on his phone, and I was making a list of stuff I still needed to pack. Then we both heard it. Footsteps, clear as day, walking across the landing above us. Not just faint creaks, but the unmistakable sound of someone with weight moving across the old floorboards. We both looked up at the same time. "Is Dad wearing his work boots?" Sam asked. I shook my head. "He's in socks. Mum too." The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate. Then Sam pointed at the ceiling, and I nearly threw up. The wooden floorboards were actually bending slightly under invisible footsteps. Just small dips, but definitely visible movements. "What the actual fuck?" I whispered. Sam called out, "Mum, Dad?" My parents both answered from my parents' bedroom, which is on the opposite side of the house from where we were hearing and seeing the footsteps. I'm not ashamed to admit we both ran upstairs like scared little kids. My parents thought we were being ridiculous. Dad even checked the spare room and the landing, showing us nothing was there. But I know what we saw. As we finished packing that night, more weird things started happening. Our house has an outside light that's a complete pain to switch on. You have to press the switch in a certain way and hold it for a second. It's been like that for years, and we've just never bothered to fix it. Around midnight, as Dad was loading the suitcases into the hall, that light turned on by itself. We all stopped and stared out the window. "Did anyone hit the switch?" Dad asked. We hadn't. No one was even near it. About an hour later, Mum was checking all the windows were locked when 2 of my dad's lucky coins fell from the display cabinet in the living room at exactly the same time. These coins were in separate compartments of this cabinet, both flat on the bottom, not balanced on edges or anything. The cabinet wasn't bumped. Mum was on the other side of the room. By this point, we were all on edge. Dad tried to laugh it off, but his face was pale. He kept checking his phone for the taxi. Around 1:30 in the morning, I was in the kitchen getting a glass of water when a glass on the shelf just shattered. It wasn't near the edge, wasn't unstable, nothing. just sitting there 1 second, then broken into pieces the next. I swear I wasn't even near it. The worst was when Sam and I were sitting in the living room waiting for the taxi. We both heard what sounded like a child's laugh coming from the hallway. Not a full-on laugh, just a sort of quiet giggle. We looked at each other, and I knew he'd heard it too, but neither of our parents had laughed, and there was no TV or radio on. "Tell me you heard that," Sam whispered. I just nodded. I didn't trust myself to speak. The taxi finally arrived at 2:15, and we couldn't get out of the house fast enough. We were throwing our bags in the boot when the driver, this older bloke with a thick local accent, looked up at the house and asked my dad, "Is someone staying behind to watch the place while you're away?" Dad said no, we were all here, and the driver pointed up at my brother's bedroom window. "Then who's that looking out the window?" We all turned and looked up. There was a figure, sort of human-shaped, but somehow not quite right, standing in my brother's bedroom window. It wasn't clear, more like a shadow or a smudge against the glass, but definitely person-shaped and definitely there. Sam grabbed my arm so hard, it left marks. That's not right," he kept saying. Dad, trying to be rational, went back inside with the taxi driver to check. They searched the whole house, every room, every closet, under every bed. Nothing. The house was completely empty. But when we came back outside, the taxi driver refused to look at the house again. He just kept saying, "Let's get going, shall we?" over and over until we all got in. As we drove away, I looked back at my bedroom window and saw it again, that same shadowy figure now in my room. I didn't tell anyone else. I couldn't. The whole way to the airport, we tried to come up with explanations. Carbon monoxide poisoning can cause hallucinations, but we have alarms that would have gone off. Gas leak? The boiler had just been serviced 2 weeks before. Some kind of shared psychosis. All of us, plus the taxi driver. Not likely. We're all healthy, have regular checkups, no history of mental illness. The holiday was tense. None of us really enjoyed it because we couldn't stop thinking about what was waiting at home. Mum called our neighbor twice to ask her to check if everything looked normal from outside. Dad researched the history of our house online but found nothing unusual. No murders, no tragic deaths, nothing to explain what we experienced. We've been back home for 3 days now. The dogs are back too, which makes me feel a bit safer. But they've been acting strange, staring at empty corners, growling at the stairs, refusing to go into certain rooms. Last night, all 3 of them slept in my room, pressed up against my bed like they were guarding me. This morning, I found my hairbrush in the middle of my bedroom floor when I woke up. It had been on my desk when I went to sleep, and there were hairs in it, not mine, not anyone's in my family. They were grey. I haven't told my parents about the hairbrush. I don't know what to do. We can't move. My parents can't afford it, especially with the housing market right now. And who would buy this place if we told the truth about what's happening? I'm writing this sitting in my room with the door locked and all 3 dogs with me. They're restless, keep looking toward the closed door. A few minutes ago, I heard footsteps in the hallway, and I know everyone else is downstairs watching TV. Whatever is in our house, it knows we know it's here now, and I think that's made it bolder.